Good morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ivo Dolder, the President of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, and it's my great pleasure to welcome our audience here in Chicago and around the world watching via live stream. The Council is grateful to our expert speakers for participating in today's conversation, an important conversation. As you know, we were founded in 1922 as an independent, nonpartisan membership organization that provides insight and influences the public discourse on global issues of the day. And there can be few more critical, more timely issues in the world than the future of democracy. Democracy's third wave, the spectacular blossoming of opening of our political systems that followed the end of the Cold War more than a quarter century ago, is today receding. For so long in the ascendancy, the world's democracies now face enormous pressures from within and from without. In the West, elected governments have struggled to respond to the disruptive effects of globalization or to tackle inequality, corruption, and political dysfunction. This in turn has fostered a culture of cynicism, even of hostility. New technologies, particularly social media, have also provided new platforms for the airing and elevation of grievances and the dissemination of extremist sentiments. Elsewhere, democracies are backsliding toward authoritarianism as self-styled strongmen exploit popular insecurities and weak institutions to entrench their control. The result of these trends has been a profound loss of faith in the institutions of liberal democracy, in government, in big business, and especially in our media. In their place, an anti-globalist sentiment and a resurgent nationalism have risen to the fore, willingly exploited by populist candidates and parties. 2016 dramatically highlighted many of these challenges and contradictions of global democracy in the modern age. On the one hand, the United Kingdom's Brexit vote and our own presidential elections here in the United States were evidence that participatory politics is alive and well in two of the world's oldest democracies. And yet, they resulted in victories for candidates and movements that seek, in some ways, to overturn the liberal values by erecting new borders and new barriers. These results also revealed the vulnerabilities of open political systems to outside manipulation. And they took place against the global backdrop of leaders across the world, whether it's in the Philippines or in Turkey or elsewhere, displaying a growing authoritarian impulse and temptation. Now, with watershed elections coming up in France and Germany in 2017, we will see whether the erosion of faith in democracy represents a long-term trend or perhaps a spasm of rage towards a world of rapid change and complexity, challenging our leaders to respond. This morning, we will explore the changing fortunes of representative democracy, the causes of democracy's retreat, and its future prospects for renewal. Now, before we begin, let me remind you we are on the record. We're also live streaming to our digital audience, and we hope that you will join the conversation today by asking questions to the panelists and answering the polling questions throughout the event using our online application, details of which are displayed on the screens and in your program booklet. And while, by the way, you're reaching for your cell phones, please put them on silent mode. Finally, the views expressed by speakers on the Council's platform are their own. They do not represent in the institutional position or opinions of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. And with that, it is my great pleasure to formally open today's symposium and to welcome Larry Diamond, E.J. Dionne, Joschka Monk, and Vandeline van Bredau to the stage for our first panel, Ballots Without Borders, Democracy in the Global Age.
Good morning. I'm excited to be here and excited to moderate our first session today. You have the full biographies of our very distinguished panelists on your seat. So I won't go into detail, but I have with me Larry Diamond, who is a senior fellow at Stanford University, sitting on my left. E.J. Dion from the Brookings Institution, sitting on my right. And Yasha Munk, a lecturer at Harvard University. Welcome to all of you. And I think without further ado, we will launch into our discussion because there's so much to talk about. We are talking today about ballots without borders, democracy in the global age. And when the three of us talked on the phone, we decided to focus on three themes. One is we will talk a bit about the global picture, the backdrop of what we perceive as a threat to democracy. There's a growing sense that liberal democracy faces a global crisis of confidence, and we will disagree or agree with that argument and look at it in different countries. Then we will look specifically at Europe, which is in the news for various reasons, but there's the French election and then the German election coming up, so it's very relevant in Europe at the moment. And finally, we will look at this beautiful country and the state of democracy here, and I'm sure we'll find lots of things to talk about here too. So I thought I might start with Larry to kick off the discussion, and then we'll go around panelist by panelist. So would you like to maybe start with the overview of the global picture?
Well, I would begin by saying that the retreat or recession of democracy is not a new phenomenon. You know, what Samuel Huntington called the third wave of global democratization began in 1974. By the 1980s was gathering momentum with the expansion of democracy to Latin America and East Asia, and of course exploded after 1989, incorporating part of the post-communist world and no small number of sub-Saharan African countries. That expansion tripled the number of democracies in the world, doubled the percentage of democracies in the world from 30% of all the independent states to 60%. And it pretty much came to a screeching halt in around 2006. Both the expansion of the number of democracies and the expansion of freedom as measured by Freedom House pretty much leveled off then. And for the last 10, actually Freedom House now measures 11 years, the number of countries that have been gaining in freedom in some way, in political rights or civil liberties, has been exceeded, and for the last 10 years, well exceeded by the number of countries declining in freedom. There's been a rising pace of democratic breakdowns. There's been no progress in the overall spread of democracy. And now we have two phenomena that are relatively new. One is this rise of illiberal populism around the world, but particularly in Europe. And the second is the decline of democracy itself, not just in Europe or European space broadly, but in the European Union. I would argue it's a controversial statement, but I think it needs to be made that Hungary is no longer even an electoral democracy, not to mention a liberal democracy. And I think we need to be very tough-minded about what democracy is. It's not enough to have multi-party elections. If you don't have a level playing field, if you don't have a reasonably free press, if people are not free to contest in a relatively open environment, and if you have the state preying upon opposition, civil society, the media, and now assaulting one of the most important institutions of intellectual freedom in Central Europe, namely the Central European University, which Orban is seeking to shut down, I don't think you can call that a democracy. I think Poland is heading disturbingly down the same path. You have assaults on constitutional courts in other Central European countries. It's a very, very dangerous time. The European Union has not reacted vigorously enough to this, really at all, very much with respect to Hungary. for reasons that we could go into or Yasha could elaborate on. And this is new, Wendelin, this is new, to have liberal democracy itself under assault and to have democracy in retreat in Europe is something disturbingly new. And of course, that doesn't even take into account the United States. I'm sure we'll talk about France, we'll talk about your country, Germany. It looks like the tide of authoritarian right-wing, chauvinistic, xenophobic populism may be now, the fever may be breaking and it may be receding. But, you know, let's not take anything for granted until at least we see the results of the French presidential elections. We were thinking it couldn't happen here, and it did. So I think we're in a dangerous new era. The democratic recession has intensified. It's mutated into something more viral and dangerous. And yes, I think there is an emerging global crisis of confidence in democracy.
Thank you, Larry. That's a fabulous introduction. And I would like to pick up on your point about Central Europe in particular. And you're right, what's going on in Hungary and in Poland is deeply worrying indeed. And I would argue that the EU in other times would have reacted far more strongly, but because they were so busy sorting themselves out, it didn't go unnoticed, but they certainly didn't react vigorously enough. And Yasha, maybe you would like to pick up on that particular, on the Central European countries, Poland, Hungary in particular.
Sure. I mean, to the point of the European Union, right, there's a reason why the European Union has been so lackluster in responding to what's going on in Hungary. I mean, some of it is sheer political cravenness. The fact that parties like Angela Merkel's Christian Democratic Party in Germany is still part of the same political faction in the European Parliament as the Fidesz party of Viktor Orban in Hungary, even as that party is closing down a major university in the region purely to eliminate free speech and political opposition, is truly shameful, and there's no excuse for it. But there is a deeper reason, which is that the European Union was not constructed to confront the idea that some of its member states may slide away from democracy. It was thought of as an incentive to get people to democracy, that membership of the European Union would incentivize countries like Poland and Hungary in the 90s and early 2000s to undertake the necessary reforms in order to gain membership of the European Union. But once we were members of the European Union, we didn't think that we had to have this conversation. Sure. And that is part of an even deeper assumption that's not just been made in the European Union, but been made in the United States, been made by political scientists, been made by ordinary people, been made by journalists. We're all guilty of this, which is that there's a one-way street of democratic consolidation. That once a country is affluent and has changed government for free and fair elections a couple of times, we no longer have to worry about democracy. And that is now scarily turning out to be mistaken. That is the big intellectual revolution of the last 3 or 4 years. So when I look back 5 years, the beginnings of a democratic recession, which Larry Diamond has eloquently spoken about today and written about before, were already in the making. You could already see some negative developments. But it was not as worrying as this particular moment is now for 2 reasons. It was mostly in countries that we knew to be quite brittle democracies, that weren't very affluent, that hadn't been in place for a long time. And there wasn't really an ideological alternative to liberal democracies. They were going back into military dictatorships, into, juntas. It wasn't something that was a real alternative model to democracy. And what we've seen now, and that I think we really have to understand in order to recognize the severity of the situation we're facing, is 2 things. First, that citizens have fallen out of love of democracy in a deep way. That what's driving a lot of this is a turn of public opinion where greater and greater numbers of people, not just in Kenya, not just in, Indonesia, in the Philippines, but in the United States, in France, in Germany, in Britain, a lot of people are saying it's no longer as important to us to live in a democracy as it was. Great numbers of people are saying democracy is a bad or very bad system of government. greater numbers of people are saying even that they're open to extreme alternatives to democracy, like military rule. So there's some deep rot going on within the liberal democratic system, which means that it isn't keeping and gaining the allegiance of its own citizens in the kind of way it was. And that is one very big problem. And then the second problem that Larry started to speak about is that there's starting to be a relatively clear alternative to liberal democracy. And it's called, we have a little bit of a terminological debate going on, but one term for it is liberal democracy. There's a question as to how democratic it is. But the main point is that it is a system that incorporates elections of some sort, but they're mostly plebiscitary elections. They're often referenda. They often have elections for a president or a parliament, but under hugely uneven circumstances, where the government party has a huge advantage over the opposition because it has taken control over government media. It has either taken control of or crippled the independence of private media. It disqualifies key opposition parties. It gerrymanders the electoral system. And so it has a show of elections most of the time, but it's pretty clear that the opposition has no fair chance of winning those elections. And a key element of this system is the destruction of basic liberal rights and rule of law. So if you're opposing the regime, you will find yourself perhaps in jail for tax evasion, perhaps with your businesses being regulated out of existence. And as a result, the space of freedom in these countries is constricting. Now we're seeing in places like Poland and Hungary, both that very quickly, especially in Poland, the institutions of liberal democracy can be subverted. And we're seeing that these governments, for now, are not hugely unpopular. But actually, this kind of more streamlined, hierarchical system in which minorities are edged out, are treated terribly, in which freedom of speech is abolished, in which the press can no longer do its work, don't necessarily meet with mass opposition, at least in the short run. And that's something that should deeply scare us.
I think your 2 points are very valid, and I would argue that Hungary already falls into the second category and has done so for a while. In Poland, it's a little more recent, but it's certainly heading that way. And EJ Dion, last but certainly not least, I don't know whether you would like to also pick up on Central Europe, or whether you would go to the second part that we talked about, the rise of populism in Europe.
Well, I'd like to talk more about Western Europe and also a bit about populism. I just want to say first, I salute Ivo for creating such a timely conference. And it is very unfortunate that this conference is so timely. So, and I also want to say I've known Larry a long time. I've always wanted to meet Yasha. And being on a panel with them reminds me of one of my favorite American political stories, of Al Smith being heckled by a crowd where someone in the back says, "Tell them all you know, Al, it won't take long." Al Smith, being a very clever guy, looked at him and said, "I'll tell them all we know, all we both know, and it won't take longer." I think I should stop right there. Two things. The first thing I want to say is I do think we need a sort of transatlantic debate on the meaning of the word populism. Yep. Because I think populism is, seen somewhat differently on this side of the Atlantic than in Europe. Because our populist tradition, while very debated in our history, I mean, there's an enormous stack of books debating whether the populists were anti-democratic or deeply democratic, whether they were, sort of shot through with prejudice or actually quite intellectual. It's a very interesting debate. But I think that in Europe, the word populism has really come to be endowed with a quality that Jan Muller writes about in his book, What is Populism, which is populism is seen in this view as fundamentally anti-democratic because a leader defines the people and defines who is in and who is out of the people. So while sounding deeply democratic and claiming to rule in the name of all the people, actually the people only turn out to be those whom the leading party or the leader wants to define in, which leaves a lot of people to find out. Whereas the John Judas view, John Judas wrote an excellent book within the last year, is more seeing populism as a deep warning sign for the democracies, that it can be about a democratic uprising, it can be a sign of deep discontent. Now, these two are not completely mutually exclusive, but I do think we need some conversation on that. A second point is, let me be a glass 1/10 full person, because I agree with what my colleagues have said. This is a clear danger. Larry's data over time, it's sort of twin dangers that outside the traditional realm of democracy, we are seeing the sort of decline of in the number of democratic regimes. And then inside this circle, we're seeing real threats. So I don't disagree with that. But I did want to sort of look forward a bit. The 3 elections in Europe this year are fascinating, and we've already had one in the Netherlands. You can read that a little bit both ways, but I think, at least the way I read it, is fundamentally the far right failed to live up to the fears. Now, some argue that the traditional center-right parties sort of move quite far to the right on immigration in order to appease this. But they still didn't give up their fundamental democratic principles, and you saw a reorganization of parties on the left. That's the future of social democracy should be a future discussion here, because I think there is a fascinating problem on the left of center. But I counted that broadly as a victory for the democratic forces. In France, we will not know, and I've heard 2 streams of thought. I am still of the view that Le Pen can't win, but a lot of very smart people I know who follow France think that she could beat Macron, assuming Macron rises. Nonetheless, you saw, at least for a while, a sort of flattening of support for Le Pen. She hadn't been rising, so something was going on there. And then in Germany, Merkel has hung on, and to the surprise of a lot of people, Martin Schulz has restored the social democratic vote, so that you may have a quite conventional, and from our point of view, that's a good thing, democratic election in Germany between Schulz and Merkel. The AfD has kind of flattened also. Now, I don't have too many nice things to say about Donald Trump, but he might have had a positive effect on Europe, which is Europe looked at what happened here and said, we want to go somewhere else. And I think that their reflections on Trump are a fascinating part of the next stage of this argument. And the last sort of 1/10 full point I want to make, for the last several months now, I've been thinking of the philosopher Joni Mitchell, as in the folk singer Joni Mitchell, whose probably most famous line is, "You don't know what you got till it's gone." And I think that applies to a lot of things that are happening right now. I think, by the way, that's why Obamacare wasn't repealed in the first round, but that's for another discussion. But I actually think that the supporters of democracy are finally aware of a threat that they really weren't, I think, fully aware of. And I think that they are now grappling with, and we can talk about this later, sort of trying to sort out in the Western countries whether this threat is primarily a response to immigration, primarily a response to an economic downturn, Le Pen carrying votes in old communist areas because they are places where the old economy has gone down. I think we have to think a lot more than we do about the huge gap between metro, I was talking to my friend Kelly Welch about this last night, metro wealth and the decline of places sort of in the interior, old industrial areas. But the good news is we are confronting this challenge in a way we weren't even 5 years ago, and that at least is good news.
Thank you so much. Maybe there's one small country that's also where the far right hasn't quite lived up to
Austria.
Yes, it's Austria, exactly.
Yes.
So
that was also helpful.
That was also helpful.
I'm not sure that a really far right candidate getting 47.5% in a runoff.
And we don't know what's
thank
gonna
God
happen in the
Venazzi only got
parliamentary
48%. I'm slightly exaggerating, but I wasn't convinced.
It's better than 51.
I mean, we can't now make our base assumption about the world that incredibly extreme candidates are always going to win, and every time they don't, we celebrate. Because then we're guilty of too low expectations.
Yes, yeah. Your other point that supporters of democracy are finally aware of the threat. We could also maybe look at Eastern Europe or Central Europe and say, well, they haven't known democracy for such a long time, so maybe they are not so aware of the threat. You know, in Western Europe, at least democracy has lived for longer. And so people were more aware now of the...
If I could pick up just to ask my colleagues, I'm very curious how they view Poland, because Poland is a particularly fascinating case where you clearly do have significant pushback. And there are still some resources in that structure and in that society. And yet it is alarming how much progress Law and Justice has had in pushing back basic democratic structures. I'd just be curious, because I think your point is well taken.
Go ahead, you start, and I'll come.
Well, I think that, when you look at what's happened in places like Turkey or Russia, where you had a phase of what I would call a liberal democracy for a few years, and now you really have a straightforward dictatorship, with some electoral trappings, but I think it's obvious now that both Turkey and Russia are clearly dictatorships. The first things they did were very similar to the first things that are now happening in Poland, right? Yes. So they are at step 10 on a sequence, and Poland is at step 3. Now, we haven't had enough of these phenomena yet in the past to know whether once you've taken step 1 and 2 and 3, steps 4 through 10 naturally follow, or whether it could be that because for all kinds of reasons, Poland is a slightly more promising terrain for democracy. The opposition is going to be able to stop the train at step 4 or step 5. It is a real warning sign what's happening in Poland. This is a government that got elected with something like 22% of a popular vote if you count all eligible voters. So it's not a government that had mass support. The country was doing very well. It weathered the recession quite well. It had a very competent government for 9 years. It just sort of ran out of steam. People want to change the government up after 8 or 9 years. And yet, they have been able to really undermine freedom of speech in the country, freedom of the press in this country, and the rules of the electoral game very quickly. They've essentially taken away power from the Supreme Court, packed it with their own lackeys. And so it is a warning of how quickly you can lose something. And I agree with EJ but at that point, people will say, look, I actually liked this. So in my data, you see young people saying that so when you ask people born in the 1930s, 1940s in the United States, how important it is to them to live in a democracy, over 2/3 say, essential, very, very important to me. When you ask young people, less than 1/3 say, it's very important to them. And then I always get this question, well, isn't that just because older people perhaps have a memory of fighting against the Nazis, have a sense of what it meant when communism was a live force in the world, and so they give importance to living in a democracy because they're cognizant of the alternatives. And younger people aren't cognizant of the alternatives, and doesn't that explain it? I think that probably does explain part of it, but I don't think that that's a deflationary explanation. I think that that is still very worrying, precisely because it means that young people might say, well, let's see what happens, how bad could it get? And then when something bad happens, they're going to be unhappy. They're not going to like military rule or something like that, but it's very difficult to get back to democracy once you're that far along. And so my fear for places like Poland and Hungary is not that people won't eventually come to dislike their new masters, but by the time they do, it may be too late to stop step 1, 2, 3, 4 into turning to step 10?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, they're already getting less enthusiastic about Viktor Orban. His vote share in the last election declined to less than 50%. But because of the constitutional changes that he had forced through and the grotesque gerrymandering of their electoral system, he was still able to retain a comfortable majority. And that is a common phenomenon in these types of systems. I think one reason why Poland hasn't been able to go, the Polish Law and Justice Party hasn't been able to go as far yet in destroying democracy as Orban has, is they didn't have a majority in parliament. They didn't have a special majority, a qualified majority in parliament large enough to amend the constitution yet. And so, you know, the fundamental line I'd like to articulate here is Europe has to act. The EU has to act. Yasha's right in what he said, but the European Union is not completely bereft of instruments, including moral instruments, calling out of what's happening. They've actually gone further in Poland than they have with Hungary for the reason you articulated. I just want to say one other thing, which I hope will provide a bridge between everything we've talked about and what I think every conversation about the declining quality of democracy in the world must include, partly as a caution against our own hubris, which is the United States. So let me just say this. I'm just coming from Ohio. If you want to talk about Viktor Orban's gerrymandering, if you want to talk about the authoritarian gerrymandering that entrenches one-party dominance in various places in the world, let's talk about it in the United States. This is a crime against democracy, what is happening under the one-party dominant control of both parties in different states in the United States. In Ohio, 3/4 of the congressional delegation is occupied by Republicans, 12 of the 16 seats. The total congressional vote in the 2016 election in Ohio was 52% Republican and 48% Democrat. There is an initiative that they're trying to place on the ballot in Ohio, which I think they will get on the ballot for November of this year, that would essentially eliminate gerrymandering, but instruct the people who draw district boundaries that they must draw it with proportionality of vote to seats, you know, roughly in mind. And I think that we need to bear in mind the significant and growing deficiencies in our own democracy if we're even going to have this conversation.
Could I jump in on that? Because I think that's very important. First, on Yasha's point, I think it's so important that all of us realize that the process of de-democratization is gradual and insidious. And Masha Gessen wrote a very powerful piece on this in the New York Review right after Trump's election, and that both Russia and Turkey are particularly good examples of this. And it doesn't all happen right away. It's just step by step. And then only when you're fairly far down the line do you realize, my word, we are in deep trouble here. We've lost it already or come close. Second, on Larry's point, we are increasingly a non-majoritarian democracy in the United States. It is not simply carping from the losing side to point out that Trump not only lost the popular vote by about 2.9 million, but 11 million more voters voted for someone other than Trump in the last election, and that 77,000 votes in 3 states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan mattered more than 4.2 million votes in California. There's something fundamentally wrong about this, and that we have had since 2002 elections where the popular vote and the electoral vote didn't match, as against 3 for the whole time from when we started having popular voting. Something is happening here, and I think one thing that is happening is a concentration of the population in metro areas, which increases the representational gap between smaller states and larger states, so that we have a bigger gap than we used to have. And that's true of the Senate, which is gerrymandered by our Constitution. where, depending on how you do the numbers, you can build a majority in the Senate. I looked this up once. I think you can get about 20% of the population can be converted into 51 votes. There's actually a new piece in the Washington Post on this. So that's also non-majoritarian. And then you've got gerrymandering, where because of the concentration of Democrats in urban areas, Democrats are already at a disadvantage because their districts are packed. And you overlay gerrymandering on that, and you have the kind of radical unrepresentativeness. So I'm really grateful that Larry raised that, because I think it is something we need to confront.
I think there's a really important point that is sort of overlapping but a little adjacent to what we've been talking about. And that's one problem with what's going on in the United States is simply one of simple fairness, that the principle of one person, one vote isn't properly adhered to when you have certain forms of gerrymandering. And you wind up in a situation in which, one party has total control of the government, even though it had a minority of a popular vote in the senatorial elections, in the House elections, and in the presidential elections in the past election cycle. And there's something deeply disturbing about that. But I think some of this is also driven or indicates an even deeper point, which is that we used to think that liberal democracy is safe because it became the only game in town. That's a really famous phrase in the literature. And one of the requirements for democracy being the only game in town is that everybody agrees to play by the rules of democracy. Now, some of the natural gerrymandering, some of the geographic trends, those are there and those are a real problem, but they come from developments that aren't an indication of a willingness of one political party to just completely disregard or subvert the rules of a political game. There's also a part of what's going on that is a straightforward outgrowth of that. When you gerrymander consciously to the degree that people have done in some states, and Democrats are guilty of that in some places as well, that means that you no longer want to be bound by the outcomes of a fair competition. Your partisan victory is more important to you than the idea of a political system in which we are both bound by the will of the voters. And then you take an example like what happened in North Carolina, which to me is the most shocking event in some ways in the last 10 years of American history, where there's a close-run gubernatorial election.
Yeah.
The Democratic candidate wins by a few thousand votes. And after the election, the Republican-dominated outgoing legislature rewrites the job description in order to take a whole slew of powers away from the incoming governor. That really indicates, and it's not particularly important, it was partially overruled by courts, it's one governor in one state, but what that indicates, and this isn't Donald Trump, this is the traditional GOP. It indicates an unwillingness to be bound by the will of the voter. It indicates a willingness to destroy the very basic tenets of democracy. But if your opponent wins, he gets to rule for a while. And then you get to try and kick him out of the next election. People are no longer willing to be bound by that. And that, to me, was a deeply scary moment.
Thank you, sorry.
Oh, I utterly agree with that. A sort of small point, but I think important. On gerrymandering, both parties have done it, but it happens that because the Republicans did so well in the 2010 elections, they control far more of the process than Democrats did.
Yep.
What is, I think, something particular to the Republican Party, and what Yasha described in North Carolina is typical of it, is a larger effort to disenfranchise. And I think both the Supreme Court decision gutting the Voting Rights Act and then a series of measures designed to reduce participation, they are cast as anti-voter fraud, but they have the effect of restoring discrimination, a pre-voting rights law discrimination against African Americans and others. This also is an anti-democratic push. And
people always talk about voter ID laws. I'm against those laws. I can see some justification of them. I think the much clearer case is just the average waiting time at the polls.
Yes, yes.
Even if you have registered, even if you bring your ID, if you're in a predominantly African American neighborhood, your chance of having to wait over an hour, over 2 hours to vote is vastly higher than if you're in a predominantly white neighborhood. And that is an even, in my mind, clearer and more scandalous form of disenfranchisement.
That also comes from the rural-urban issue that splits so many of our democracies now.
Mm-hmm. Larry, having artfully built the bridge to the state of US democracy, how would you respond to the argument that in spite of everything that's happening, the election last year has rejuvenated American democracy, and that is, it's sort of injecting more vigor because everybody is, or many people are quite outraged, as we noticed?
Well, we certainly have vigor, but yes, you had a lot of vigor on the streets in Germany in the late 20s and early 30s too. So I don't think vigor alone is something to be sought. It has to be put in context. I don't want this to be partisan, so let me make a couple of points of reflection, and then I'll come back to your point. First of all, there's a long, ignoble history of gerrymandering,
right.
Obviously beginning in Britain, where the term came from, but also in the United States.
New England.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the correction.
It's my home state of Massachusetts. I'm glad, whatever. We invented this awful thing.
It goes back a long time. One of the things that concerns me is that in the era of big data, it's becoming much more surgically precise.
Yes.
And so the pernicious aspects of it are far worse than before. The second thing is, I mean, we need to put all of this in a broader historical context. I think there is a case that has been made that John F. Kennedy didn't really win the 1960 elections, and the case actually involves this city. We won't go into that, but
when Democrats knew how to steal elections.
I think that the unwillingness to be bound by the results or by the ground rules of fair competition is not a new phenomenon in the United States, but some of the things that are happening now are new in the context of the progress the United States had made in achieving a fair, more just, and more inclusive democracy. And that is what is so disturbing, that we are moving backwards. And so I do not see the November election at all as progress for democracy. I see it as flashing a number of red warning signs about the health, and if I may say so, the vigor overall and robustness of our democracy. But I would like to make one point that gestures toward the theme you are raising, and that I think progressives need to bear in mind, and that's coming out from the work of J.D. Vance, A Hillbilly Elegy, Arlie Hochschild in this remarkable book she's written, I think it's called Strangers in Their Own Land, that, we intellectuals in the universities live in our ivory towers. We don't I can tell you at Stanford, very few people, venture into the Central Valley or, the parts of California that are Trump country. You drive there and you will see all sorts of Trump signs and Trump enthusiasm, and it's not that far away. And so we are isolated from a lot of the frustration that much of the country is feeling with economic decline. What they feel is immigration out of control, the loss of jobs, the loss of what they see in their eyes. I'm not justifying it, I'm just reporting it as a level playing field for them to get ahead. And I think that liberals in the United States stopped listening to a lot of their traditional constituency. And they are not going to recover their political energy unless they start doing that again. And in that sense, which is more of a sociological sense, I think the election did something that may be, in the long run, may have useful elements or consequences for American democracy in terms of inducing liberals to try and bridge some of this divide or pay attention to other left-behind constituencies than the ones that now dominate the Democratic Party.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Manal.
I broadly agree with that. As you know, the old defense of the Chicago machine was for every corpse that votes in Chicago, a cow or a pig votes downstate. And so there was kind of competitive fraud. Everything was competitive, including fraud. I broadly agree with that. I think that, I grew up in a place called Fall River, Massachusetts, which is an old mill town. And we are so democratic that Hillary Clinton carried the town substantially, but Trump ran well ahead of Mitt Romney, where I come from, and that we were hammered just like those towns in the Midwest. And this split is not only in the country, it's even within states. If you look at a state like Massachusetts or a state like Illinois, there are vast inequalities within states between very dynamic areas and areas that have really been hammered. And a study by Brookings showed that Hillary Clinton lost the Electoral College, but she carried 64% of the GDP in America, that the counties that went for Clinton produced 64% of our GDP. That's extraordinary. And that was, Al Gore in 2000 carried more counties than Hillary and only 54% of GDP. So there is something to this, and I very much agree with Larry that empathy cannot be selective. On the other hand, I think it's very important not to exaggerate the extent of the working class swing to Trump. That Barack Obama lost the white working class too in both 2008 and 2012. Large shares of the white working class, particularly in the South, where voting is essentially racialized, have been voting Republican for a long time. What happened is a margin. Thus, in Wisconsin, Barack Obama got 45% of the white working class vote. Hillary Clinton got 34%. It is in that margin that the election was decided. And I do think that the warning to progressives that, and people call this my Bobby Kennedy fantasy, but if you look at the costs of deindustrialization, it was felt first in the inner city. William J. Wilson wrote a wonderful book 30 years ago called When Work Disappears. And it was about the costs of deindustrialization to inner city neighborhoods all over America. That cost is now being felt in Reading and Erie, Pennsylvania, and places like my hometown, and it is hammering another group of Americans. Somehow, and I think this is very important to preserving democracy, we need a conversation about this economic change that crosses lines of race because this inequality is hitting a lot of different kinds of Americans, even if they find themselves on opposite sides on election day.
Yeah, that's a very good. Maybe very briefly, and then I'll open the floor to discussion.
There's a big debate going on about whether sort of culture and identity explains the election of Trump, or whether it's the economy. And for a number of reasons, I think that that's just the wrong debate to be having. The first point is that the social world is not monocausal. Generally speaking, most interesting phenomena have more than one cause, and there's just no principled reason to think that it should be one or the other. In this particular case, there's very good reason to think that they're not just independent causes that can be going on at the same time, the ones that actually reinforce each other. And one way that I'm thinking through this is precisely through those kinds of mill towns, where there's a distinction between earned identity and descriptive identity. So if you are working in the mill, or you're working in a coal mine, or you're a foreman in a factory, and somebody asks you, who are you? People will say, well, I'm a coal miner. I'm the foreman in the factory. And once you lose that job, even if perhaps you actually, I don't know, drive an Uber, or you are a shift manager at Walmart or something, and perhaps you're doing financially just as well as you were, but you don't have that pride in your work, and people say, who are you? Then people might say, well, I'm white, and I don't like those people over there, right? And so there's something about the shifting social world of these towns, not just the economic decline, the shifting social work, the loss of identity in lifelong careers that they had, in trade unions and all of those things that I think brings to the fore a lot of this racial resentment. And so you get this potent force between not necessarily poorer people voting for Donald Trump, that's not the case, but people in parts of a country that are not as economically vibrant and that are declining to some degree. and then obviously the very racialized voting as well. And that is something we have to solve. And I agree that one of the results of this election might be that Democrats recognize that people in those mill towns where the mills have closed down are also suffering, and that those are constituencies that the Democrats have to speak to. Because after all, for example, over 50% of the people who voted for Barack Obama were white.
Yes.
And Democrats are in great danger if they forget that basic point. I think there's great opportunity now for democratic renaissance. I agree with Larry that this is not a good sign. Nothing about the last months is a good sign. But we are now seeing real engagement and a recognition among intellectuals and among academics and among writers that it's no longer enough just to criticize and point the finger, but we actually have to defend why we care about the political system we live in and what is good about that. And all of those are real opportunities. I think one danger is, specifically speaking about the Democrats, that they're going to take the different lesson from that. That they're going to radicalize and going to say the problem with Hillary Clinton was that she was not pure enough, she was not far left enough, she didn't play identity politics enough, and take precisely the wrong lessons from this election. That, to me, is one of the strategic dangers that are coming out of this.
You know what's astonishing to me is that we didn't see this coming more clearly than we did. Not that Trump, I still think it's astonishing that the American people made Trump president, but that, you had, at Luce's book, you had all the data we were seeing on the loss of industrial jobs, which I think we didn't pay enough attention to. You had George Packer's books. There were plenty of people paying attention to the suffering in the country. And just one data point on Yasha's, how difficult it is to disentangle race and class. My friends Tom Mann, Norm Ornstein, and I are writing a book, One Nation After Trump. And I ran across this wonderful set of interviews with Trump supporters from a guy from Silicon Valley. And one of the quotes was, "I'd love to see 1/10 of the outrage about the state of our lives out here that you have for Muslims from another country. You have no idea what our lives are like." Now, is that anti-Muslim feeling? Is that class feeling? Obviously, it's all something wrapped together in a ball of anger. And I don't say that harshly. I mean, that this person had something to be mad about.
It's a very good point. I think anger, frustration, and also the sense that there's no way to achieve the American dream anymore, that you wait patiently in line and somehow people cut the line and it's not there anymore.
Yeah, that's Arlie Hochschild's, the theme of her book.
Yeah. We could talk for a long time about this, and we haven't even talked about Russia's meddling in the election. But it's now
that's Trump's success in distracting us.
It's now time to open the floor for questions. So I can see many arms going up. Ladies first. So I'll go with the lady in the red jacket or blouse.
One point that you didn't mention in this past U.S. election is the role of the evangelical community. I think if Mike Pence hadn't been vice president, Trump may not have been elected. North Carolina is a poster child for this, because one of the driving forces in North Carolina would be that community, and the notorious bathroom bill would be the sort of the poster child for that. Can you comment on when you have a community that feels that God's on their side and so nothing else matters, how a democracy can survive with a population, significant part of that, with that sort of attitude?
Would any of you like to?
In fairness to them, a lot of different communities in America over history have assumed that God was on their side, so they're probably not alone in this. This election was a real crisis for the white evangelical world, and let's underscore that word white, because most African Americans, a majority of African Americans are evangelical too, and it is one of the fascinating things about the religious landscape that two groups of Americans who have quite a bit in common in certain ways theologically are on absolutely opposite sides of politics. And the church plays an important role in the mobilization in the black community as well. So that's just something I think we always need to bear in mind. But this was a moral crisis for the white evangelical community, which my friends on the conservative side think it failed. And one of the most striking numbers in this election was a survey by PRI, which asked this basic question: do you think a candidate who lives an immoral life, I'm paraphrasing, can be an effective political leader? Just back in 2001, only 30% of Americans, of white evangelicals, said that. In this election, 72% said that. There was a movement that was unlike in any other group, where it clearly was white evangelicals adjusting their view on this question so they could vote for Donald Trump, essentially. And you know, the notion of large numbers of white evangelicals voting Republican is not new. I mean, the key was that Trump hung on to that vote. And I think there were multiple reasons why he did that. We can't discount sexism, by the way, in this election. There's some research, and I think we need more research, suggesting that there was an element of just pure sexism in voting against Hillary Clinton. There were a lot of other things going on, but that was part of it. His success in making the Supreme Court the central issue for white evangelicals, but I also think this sense that hits other white groups in the country, which is that the culture is getting away from them, and we need a strong hand to push back against that. A very interesting book last year by Robbie Jones called The End of White Christian America. This was not a polemical book. This was a data book. And it just showed that white Christians are, in Robbie's count, no longer a majority of Americans. And even if you have different, I broadly agree with Robbie, but people, if you have differences, he's clearly going to be right in about 5 years, whatever. And I think there is this sense in that community that this is no longer the country I recognize. Now, there's some real problems with that. We probably broadly agree in our analysis of many of the political positions of the religious right, but this has been a sort of stance, what Nathan Glazer, the sociologist, called a defensive offensive. And I think that defensiveness is even stronger now than it was 20 years ago.
To me, the election really changed my understanding of the evangelical community in the United States. So, you know, I come from Europe, so I don't understand religion. You know, there's a way of making theological sense of why so many white evangelicals voted for Donald Trump, right? I mean, if you think that a fetus is a human being from conception, and that, you know, becomes your most important political decision, understandably, and then there's a Supreme Court seat up for the taking, which may somehow help to roll back Roe versus Wade. You can tell a theological story that explains why people would vote for a deeply flawed candidate whom they perceive as deeply flawed, but are sort of willing to hold their nose. That doesn't seem to me, phenomenologically, to be what happened. When you look at how the white evangelical community felt about Donald Trump, there were certainly some more intellectual, some more theologically serious wings of it that might have felt like I'm holding my nose and doing this. But a lot of them had deep enthusiasm about Donald Trump. They might have thought he was flawed in certain ways personally, but they actually thought he was their guy in some kind of way. And to me, that suggests that actually what it is to be a white evangelical in the United States has much more to do with race and much more to do with culture and much more to do with a particular local community and the way you feel that you need to defend that precisely against the kind of changes that EJ was talking about than it does with theology. And so actually it's made my view of that community in the United States in some ways one that revolves more around culture and race rather than religion, compared to how I would have thought about it 2 or 3 years ago.
A lot of this vote started switching long before the rise of the religious right. It came after civil rights, so there's something to that. But in fairness to that community, in the primaries, they split. And what you tended to see is older, somewhat more church-going white evangelicals were more for somebody like Ted Cruz. Now, I suspect Ted Cruz isn't your cup of tea or mine either. But there was a kind of serious reflection on that, and Ted Cruz won in Iowa because white evangelicals voted for him instead of Trump. Then the interesting part is how they all came home afterward to the Republican Party. Very brave man called Russell Moore, a leading figure in the white evangelical movement, spoke out strongly against Trump, not only on his personal life, but also on his misogyny, his racism. And that took a lot of courage. There were voices in that community, but they were overwhelmed by the rest of these sentiments.
Thank you, Jay. I can't do another lady. So the gentleman here. Well, not after one. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'll be whatever gender you need at this point. I just want to take a minute to put something on the table. And given that the theme is retreat and renewal of global democracy, and the discussion so far has been about the West. And, we've gone through the period, there was the West and the rest. So the West had democracies, and the rest had whatever. After 1989, the rest, the democratic process and could be seen as something could be aspired to and even supported in the rest. Okay, so where we are today now, and the conversation is a lot of focus on what's going on in the U.S., the Greater West, and so on and so on. But I just want to say a word, and I'm hoping that we could bring this into the conversation, namely, what is happening sort of out there, outside of that circle. And what is happening outside there, I mean, a lot of my work is on Africa. Larry and I have, worked together on a number of things over a number of years. But what's happening out there is, in some cases, this authoritarian upswing is being facilitated, being legitimized, but not entirely, because there have been movements going on. Let me give you a specific case of South Africa. I mean, South Africa is a case, and we had John Campbell here a few weeks ago, where you have a parliament, constitutional court, media, good elections, and so on, and those are there in the struggles. And then the last thing I will finish with is that we are not necessarily seeing a sort of a Huntingtonian, general wave. In the case of West Africa, we have a number of instances of really pushback and defense of democracy. So I just want to, complicate a little bit the picture, as we discuss it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point, Larry.
Well, let me give a couple responses to the very helpful point that Richard Joseph just made. First of all, Richard, I agree with you. Look at what happened in the Gambia, which you, I think, were referring to, democratic alternation in Ghana, the pushback in South Africa. And, the Democrats, they're mobilizing in Zimbabwe. There's going to be a vigorous contest to displace Mugabe and his rotten party again next year when the elections come in 2018. And if they get their act together, they could win, even in an unlevel playing field. Authoritarian rule is in an advanced state of disintegration in Venezuela, and we could go on. So it's a mixed picture. I tried to say, I think that actually the cutting edge of democratic recession now is not in developing countries, Asia, Africa, Latin America, and so on. It's in the West. That's what's leading us to worry that we might be on the edge of a crisis. But there are two things that worry me. Number one, that this populist, xenophobic mentality is spreading to countries outside the West as well. And I think the Philippines is the harbinger here of something very, very scary in other parts of the world. It's not getting adequate attention, but democracy is really on life support now in the Philippines. And I think Rodrigo Duterte will suffocate it pretty soon without a peep from the United States. And that leads to the other point I want to make, since we're talking about the United States and we're at the Chicago Council. Let's talk about foreign policy for a minute. we are seeing a sea change in American foreign policy now, unlike anything we've seen from the era, since the era of Richard Nixon, that is as thorough an abandonment of the principles of human rights and democracy promotion as being at least playing some kind of role in our foreign policy and in how we want to stand in the world and project ourselves in the world. And both existing and aspiring autocrats, like Duterte on the aspiring side, and people like Yoweri Museveni in Uganda on the existing side, not to mention every Central Asian and Middle Eastern dictator, they see this, and they think that the heat is off completely now. Egypt has the most viciously repressive government it has had in at least 40 or 50 years. And General al-Sisi was not only received at the White House, but welcomed as a conquering hero. It was disgraceful. And there's no sign that there was a word of concern expressed during all the meetings that General, I insist on using that designation, al-Sisi had in Washington. There's no sign that there was a word of concern about the alarming human rights situation there. So, Richard, I think you're right. There is a lot of pushback, and we see actually some tenacity of democratic aspirations in Africa and other parts of the world, but the pressure coming down from ruling elites is very, very negative. It's very much going in the wrong direction, and they certainly don't perceive now many, if any, cost to governing as nastily as they want to.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Now I'd take your question.
Healthy democracies depend on shared values and support for national democratic institutions. And touching on this point that was referenced earlier about the increasing urban and rural divide, which technology and demographics are only going to increase, and it's a global phenomenon, not just one in the US and Europe. And the relevance of national boundaries is being weakened by the flow of capital and the flow of people. So when we talk about the future of democracy, shouldn't we also be talking about the relevance of national boundaries and whether thinking about national democracies is an appropriate way to kind of frame this discussion going forward, given how the idea of a nation is, in a sense, being challenged and eroded?
I think that is such a wonderful and important question, and I think if I could put it this way, liberals and social democrats have had a lot of problem with the rise of nationalism because they have insufficiently appreciated that we have only made the writ of democracy work within national boundaries, and so actually the existence of the nation state has been very important to the rise of democracy, and the paradox is that certain kinds of nationalism are the enemies of democracy. And so, and that when you look at the backlash against globalization in economics and immigration, there is within the backlash group an intuition that we lose something when we lose a sense of national identity. And when we lose a sense of at least a limited amount of national cohesion. So that all of that impulse is not crazy, if you will, on the part of those who are reacting. And you're right, increasingly, cities, kind of city-states all around the world, affluent city-states, have more in common with each other than they do with other parts of their own nations. That's really a dangerous thing for democracy. It's sort of a, quotes, natural economic development, but it creates real challenges. And I sort of offer this answer in a way as a question, which is, I think we need to grapple with this and haven't figured out fully what the implications of this are.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a basic point where parts of the left, and perhaps I would count myself among that a couple of years ago, hoped that we could sort of overcome nationalism of a certain sort. And I think what we've now realized quite clearly is that when you vacate the space of a nation on the left, what happens is that the far right comes in and appropriates the nastiest version of a nation for itself. And it goes back to the definition of populism. But what all of these populists are saying is, look, nobody wants to talk about the nation. I will, but I only talk about the real America. And the real America means white America. And it means the America not of the New York Times or whatever who might criticize the government, not of the judges who might rule against the president, right? Those are enemies of the American people, the so-called judges. They don't belong, right? And so what we need to do is to have a very serious conversation about how to prove a very influential economist, Danny Roderick, wrong. Danny Roderick is saying you can't have democracy, the nation, and globalization all at the same time. And he actually has some suggestions for how to try to reconcile them. But I think that's the serious conversation we have to have. How do we preserve the benefits of globalization? How do we preserve democracy while giving enough meaning to the nation that people will stay with us? Because if the 20th century teaches us one thing, it's that if people have to choose between democracy and nationalism, they will choose nationalism every time. And as somebody who cares in some ways more about democracy than the nation, that scares me very much. I do want to say one optimistic thing about the United States. I'm going to do my patriotic spiel here. I became a citizen a month ago. This weekend, I never go to Halloween, you know, and dress up or anything. I'm against all forms of fancy dress. But I'm not quite that American yet. But this weekend, my friends threw me a citizenship party. So I happened to see a little red and white bow tie and a little, pocket square in these colors. So I still have a pocket square in my jacket. So I'm being very patriotic. But I do think that in one particular respect, the United States has an advantage over much of Europe, which is that in Europe, the nations were founded as mono-ethnic and monocultural. Yes. And so the imaginary of what the nation is deeply exclusionary. And we now have a historically unique experiment of trying to transform those mono-ethnic, monocultural nations into multi-ethnic ones, because de facto they've already become that. Now, in the United States, you've always had a racial hierarchy, and it's difficult to overcome that as well. There's obviously a lot of very, very deep, specific American problems, and it's not going to be easy. But I do think that in America, there's an idea that you can have an accent and be American. You can have immigrated and be American. I'm American in a way that I could never become French or British. And there's an idea that despite all of the deep racial injustices in the history of this country, somebody who's African American is American. Somebody who comes from Asia can be American. And so if we're going to fill nationalism with meaning in the age of globalization in a multi-ethnic society, I still think that we've got to make it work in the United States. And if it's not going to work in the United States, it's certainly not going to work in Western Europe either.
If I could say this, you are a great American.
Yes.
That is such a wonderful American sentiment. Thank you.
Can I just add something briefly?
Yeah.
I agree with everything that both of my colleagues have said. And I just want to put it this way, as a liberal and someone strongly in favor of globalization, I think if we don't pause and reflect and readjust, and this is going to require some pause in the pace of immigration and acceptance of migrants, particularly into Europe, because their absorptive capacity is less. When change is too rapid, you get a reaction. And, I thought EJ was going to make a reference to another famous intellectual who was your teacher and mine, so you know who I'm going to mention, Marty Lipset. And, this book he wrote with Earl Rabb, The Politics of Unreason, I think is uncannily salient to our time. And it's about the history of right-wing nativist movements in the United States. And one of their points is, they always surged at periods of high immigration into the United States.
I just pulled my tattered copy of that 40 or 50-year-old book off a shelf. So yes, I agree.
Yeah. I think we have time for one more question. Just the gentleman raising his arm.
Thank you. It's been a great panel. I heard three forces that you identified as pressuring against democracy. One was the force of change. One was the loss of jobs and job identity. And the third one was racism, basically what balled up into that. I'm wondering if you could comment on what many other people have hypothesized, and that is that capitalism has run its course. That capitalism is the reason why we have the inequality. Capitalism is the reason we have a lot of the ethnic and job losses. Corporations do not want the rule of law. They seem to love an autocrat, as we have seen in the stock market in the last 3-4 months. So I'm wondering if you could comment on what those people say is that basically capitalism and democracy are intertwined, and to the extent capitalism is failing, democracy will also fail.
Thank you. That's, yeah.
I think capitalism, there have been many predictions of capitalist collapse over the last couple hundred years. And the response to the last almost total collapse of capitalism in the 1930s was eventually the creation of a sort of New Deal social democratic order in the capitalist countries, where we cushioned the inequalities that capitalism naturally created with unions, with a welfare state, with regulation, and that system of regulated capitalism worked pretty well for a considerable period of time, probably into the early 1970s. So we had this glorious set of years. What? Well, it was capitalism corrected by socialism, in effect. I mean, social democratic parties made their peace with the market, but continued to push for social protection. Those social protections, for a variety of reasons, started, some of them political, some of them with a kind of new hyperglobalization of capitalism, some of them in the United States with the decline of the industrial economy, again, the product of jobs moving overseas and also technological change. And so we have now gone for a long period since the 70s of rising inequality, so that we've come full circle that the inequality sort of measures now are what they were in 1929, right before the last collapse. Personally, and that explains my politics, I don't see how you can have a market economy and democracy without a considerable set of social protections and a certain pushing against the market. And that's why, paradoxically, I think, even though old social democratic parties are in trouble in a lot of places, I don't see much alternative but a new version of that social democratic bargain that we need in place to not only protect people, but protect democracy.
In a way, it's a pity that you asked really the grandest question that could be asked of us now at the very end of this panel. And in a way, it's a pity that you've got three people on stage who I think are so much in basic philosophical agreement with one another. But let me elaborate.
It's got to happen somewhere in our country right now.
Briefly in 2 sentences. First of all, one of the things the problem is not capitalism. We've had periods where capitalism has done very well for humanity and for democracy. Part of the problem is what EJ said. It's capitalism unmoored from, unleashed from regulation, or having social and technological change which regulation hasn't figured out how to catch up with effectively. And in this regard, capitalism and the movement of capital has become so global and is so much seeking safe havens for ludicrous concentrations of often, frankly, illegally accumulated wealth, that this is really, I think, significantly facilitating the global concentration of wealth. And so, you know, one of the things we're seeing is in the financial system, certainly, we need, at a minimum, if not globally coordinated regulation. And we've got to, I'd say, damn it, eliminate these offshore tax havens. I'm quite passionate about that if we're going to save capitalism and fight global kleptocracy. And briefly, the second point is that one of the greatest threats now to equality and social justice is not globalization, it's automation. And if we don't figure out, and it's going to require a whole new generation of social protection, how to create meaningful work and decent incomes for people whose jobs are being made redundant, not by export of their jobs to Vietnam, but by export of their jobs to robots, we're in big trouble.
Yeah, it's a warning and a very preoccupying scenario you're evoking. Unfortunately, we are out of time. There's so many good questions also coming in online, which I would love to go into, but we have to continue with our program. Thank you very much to my panelists for their excellent contribution, and thank you to you in the audience.
Wow, that could have gone on for... Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a 10-minute break, and our next panel will begin at 10:30.
Yep, okay. Say cheese.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Turn this off. Oh, that's Frank.
Can you see us? No, we can't hear you.
Can't hear him.
Uh-oh.
We will be able to. I'm confident. But you present a very fetching vision.
No one's paying attention to us yet, so it's okay.
I have misgivings about this.
Well, at least he's not living over us, or we don't
Is he
know.
on those two screens?
I assume he is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm going to be completely distracted by your socks.
please take your seats.
But you know, I was noticing we have all this color here. You've got your orange.
Please take your seats. Our program is going to begin.
Like bright colored thing I own, and look at all
That
this.
Neve made me put these
I'm
on
going to
this
complain
morning.
I
about
love
these.
it. They're fantastic. It's like the
Ladies
Easter
and gentlemen,
panel
if you
here.
could please take your seats. Thank you.
What were we talking about? Ed's latest book.
Oh, I don't think so. Definitely not.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Can you hear me? Good. Hi, I'm Susan Glasser from Politico, and I'm delighted to be moderating our second panel today. Now, we also have a very exciting experiment, which I'm told is the first for the Chicago Council, which is video teleconference here with our friend Frank Fukuyama. Can you hear him? Frank, can you hear us?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. All right. Technology is our friend here. So without further ado, I'm going to jump right in because we have such a fantastic group, really, to pick up, I think, where the last panel left off. We talked about in our phone call before this that we wanted to make sure we disagreed robustly with the previous group. So we will attempt to find some way in which to do that for you today. But our subject today is strongmen and skeptics, democracies, detractors. And we really do have an all-star group. As you can see, joining us via webcast from Stanford is Frank Fukuyama, who is a Nomalini Senior Fellow at the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies at Stanford. To my left here is my friend, the fantastic Ed Luce, Chief U.S. Commentator for the Financial Times and author of a forthcoming book very much on this subject, which I'm sure we will discuss, The Crisis of Western Liberalism.
Retreat.
The retreat of Western liberalism. Sorry, we've moved from crisis to retreat. And Constance Stelzenmüller, who is the Robert Bosch Senior Fellow in Foreign Policy at the Center on the United States and Europe at the Brookings Institution. And, you know, I think it is a little bit hard for us, as we talked about, to differentiate ourselves from the previous panel, if only because there is such an incredible convergence these days between the questions surrounding American democracy and our own, you know, call it post-traumatic, you know, hangover, what you will, from the election we've just experienced. And we're all three of us visitors to you today from Donald Trump's Washington. I suppose it's nice for all of us to get out of town a little bit. Before we started off and jumped right in, I thought I would begin with a story, a sort of an anecdote I first heard in Moscow at a conversation that at the time was limited to the somewhat narrower question of what is the future of Russian democracy. This is back when there was still a notion that there would be Russian democracy. And somebody asked this of Grigory Yavlinsky, who at the time was one of the sort of main liberal opposition leaders to Vladimir Putin. But this was early on in Putin's rule. And Yavlinsky immediately, without batting an eye, when asked about the future of Russian democracy, said, well, you know, I don't know the answer, obviously, but it definitely reminds me of the old Soviet story of the ambulance driver who picks up a patient and starts driving. The patient sits up in the back at some point along this rocky road and says, wait a minute, you're not taking me to the hospital. This looks like you're pulling up at the morgue. And the guy says, well, we're not, you know, what are you worried about? You know, you're not dead yet. The guy says, I'm not dead yet. And the guy says, well, we're not there yet. And I think, you know, at the time, this suggested, you know, the faint glimmers of hope still for Russian democracy. That's no longer a joke you could tell that would have much meaning in Moscow today. But I think it does sum up the challenge of this conference that we've been summoned to today, which is to talk more broadly about, is this a moment where democracy is merely suffering one of its periodic setbacks? How should we think about the frame? And I was just starting in on Ed's terrific new book on the plane, and he has a dialogue. He quotes Frank in this introduction, basically saying, well, we don't know yet whether we're going to the morgue or to the hospital, basically. You know, is this a recession, a periodic downturn in the market of democracy? Is it the Great Depression? We don't know yet. So I'm going to force you to jump right into that question and help us to answer a little bit, you know, how do we think about this backlash to democracy, this revanchism, whatever we want to call it? How are you phrasing it, Ed, when you think about it these days?
Well, I think the quote I used that you picked up on in the introduction to my book from Frank was, is this a democratic recession that we're experiencing worldwide, or is it going to turn into a democratic depression? And I think the answer to that question is it's up to us. There's nothing predetermined here. And I think that the last panel was an annoyingly good panel, by the way.
We're still looking for something to disagree with.
Yeah, I'm going to produce a violent disagreement. I just don't know yet what it is. But the last panel did a very good job of explaining how we have by now, I think, been disabused of the sense of history's inevitability, the teleology of democracies, you know, the inevitable endpoint of our journey, and that we're now aware once again that accidents happen and that bad trends intervene. And I think it's important to remember when we look at the prognosis for democracy, and Frank, I know, and Constanza will elaborate on this, it's important to remember that what we saw in 2016 was not a blip. Mm-hmm. This was a long time in coming. The economic backdrop to how the bulk of our people in the West have been feeling, what they've been experiencing in the last generation, is not a sudden, recent arrival. This is deeply baked. And I fear that those economic conditions, namely the rise of the rest, the rise of the others, and automation, the impact of automation on the nature of work, those are not going to go away if Le Pen loses it in the second round on May the 7th. It's really, really worth noting that there are more people today in the United States working behind the wheel, namely as truck drivers, Uber drivers, delivery people, and so on, than there are employed in manufacturing. Most of them happen to be male, and as we know, there tends to be a more angry quality to male political reaction than to female. And this is a sector that is ripe for automation. So I think we're still in the early phases of the global catch-up of the rest. But more importantly, I think we're in the early stages of automation and artificial intelligence and its impact on most of our ability to emulate what our parents and grandparents had. So I think we're in the early stages of this. But it is up to us. It's up to us how we respond to this. There are, if not solutions, there are ways of finessing and massaging and improving people's lives amidst these conditions that we can address. The bad news is we tend to be electing people such as Donald Trump who are taking steps to make it worse. At least that's his plan. His ability to execute his plans is, I think, a lot less good than we might have imagined a few weeks ago. But the good news is it is within our power to address a lot of these problems. I'm just not that confident at the moment that we're going about this.
So Frank, I want to turn to you then. Is it a recession in democracy, a depression? Where do you feel, what is the frame in which we should be understanding what clearly is a major backlash and challenge to democracy, not just here in the United States?
Well, I don't think that we can't tell how deep this is going to go, but I think in terms of understanding the causes, there's the economic background that Ed just mentioned, but I think there's also an important institutional one, that democracies have not been doing well either in Europe or in the United States. I think that when we look back on this, from a historical standpoint, the financial crisis in 2008 and the Euro crisis and the migrant crisis in the EU are going to loom very large, but these are not just economic events, they're institutional failures. They are the product of institutions that did not deliver good outcomes for citizens. In the United States, we've had this situation of extreme polarization, which combined with our check and balance political system produced what I labeled in my last book, vetocracy, meaning a government that simply cannot deal with major issues, regardless of which particular policy you want. Congress has not passed a budget under regular order for something like 20 years now. In Europe, you had two major failures. The euro was a disaster. And in terms of migration, it's not just the Syrian migrants. It's basically much of Africa wanting to empty out into Europe. And the European Union has simply not done anything really to secure its outer borders. And so I think that when people complain about populism, they've got to think about, the causes. And I think they're deeper than just, kind of irrationally angry people. And that leads to the topic of this panel, which is strongmen. I think that there's a common thread that runs through the United States, through the European Union, not the member states. I mean, there are a lot of them in Europe that are working pretty well, but the EU is really messed up. And then you have other democracies like Japan and India, where democratic politics has not been delivering the kind of decisive government that will set the policies that will correct some of these problems. And that's why there's a demand for strongmen. And I think we saw an example of that here in the United States with the election last November.
So you come down that it's more of a crisis of leadership in a way than it is a crisis of ideas? Or do you think it's the basic premise of democracy that is under attack?
Well, it's a crisis both of leadership but also of institutions, because I think that in many of our democracies, we don't have the right institutional rules that will actually produce results. So in the EU, if you treated the European Union as if it were a state, it would be an unbelievably weak and kind of incompetent state. I mean, they can do annoying things like label food and this sort of thing, but on major issues, do we defend our outer borders? Do we have a common fiscal policy? All of these things, this body does not produce, and so the leadership is necessary to get to institutions, but the institutions have to correct. So that's why I would say, I would modify a little bit what Ed said. It's up to us, but we have to understand kind of these deeper these deeper institutional roots of the failure, and you got to work through those institutions to try to fix them, to make them more decisive, so you don't have this constant demand for populist strongmen who say, I alone, can fix the problem.
Okay, Constance, you're making some faces when the subject of Europe and the EU comes up.
Is it that visible? Damn it.
No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
This is why I never went into diplomacy.
It's assault from within and from without, right? And there are skeptics galore when it comes to Europe these days.
Yes. Well, Mr. Fukuyama, you and I haven't met. I hope we can we can do that. I will disagree with you violently on your assessment of the EU, because I think much of what you've been talking about is not the province of the EU, hasn't been given to the EU as a competence, and is in fact very much the competence of the member states. And as is so often the case, the EU, including in Brexit, gets blamed for a lot of the failings of Europe's nation states. That's not to say that some of your criticism isn't valid, but I think the critiques that you apply would be legitimate if the EU had been designed as and was currently thought to be a supra-federalist state in waiting, as it were, which it's not. I think most of us have retreated from supra-federalist or supranational ideals, and we see the EU as a conglomerate that actually, quietly achieves a great deal. I'm a lawyer by training. I did constitutional European and international law, and actually European law regulates a lot of things very well and quietly. I mean, it overregulates other things, I grant you. But it is, I think, a lot more resilient and a lot more effective than it is given credit for in America by many people. That's just an aside. Now, ought it to be able to do more in fiscal policy, migration policy, and common defense and security policy? I would argue yes, because I think that would be the best way to approach some of our common problems and to get rid of some of the inefficiencies of nation states trying to do this on our own. Yeah, there we would agree. But currently, that is not the will of the member states. So I think you have to address your critique to the capitals of Europe, including mine, and there I would be with you. I think what we've created is a bit of a halfway house where we have problems on both ends and aren't resolving them. But I also don't think, by the way, that the euro is per se a failure. I think that one shouldn't forget that the euro is also a political project. It is particularly a political project for the Eastern European states, and particularly for the small ones, who underwent a lot of sacrifices to join it and did so with great enthusiasm, both the sacrifices and the joining. Now, I would argue, I'm the first to say that I don't like the style with which Berlin ordained austerity for the Greeks, or is both bailing them out and keeping them down. I don't like that. I think there is a lot to be remedied there, but I don't think that per se it's a complete failure. Now, but just to bring us back to the whole failures of democracy point, I also don't think, I disagree with you, I think, on your fundamental point about the institutional failures. I firmly believe that representative democracy and its institutions are the best we have and ought to be preserved. And I think where we are at fault is in not considering that there are developments in our market economies, including automation, that there are developments in our social contracts and developments in the power of the state to control outcomes, to set policy, to guarantee fairness, equity, justice for their citizens and their consumers. Those shifts, I think, require a response, require an adjustment, because we, I think, for too long in our lives have assumed that representative democracy is self-repairing. And I think that was the fallacy here. But to say that the institutions of representative democracy per se, we should throw them overboard because they're no longer valid, that I think is a great mistake.
But look, let me just correct a misunderstanding. So I'm not saying, Of course, I believe in the fundamental, rightness of democratic institutions. I think, however, that the specific way in which individual democracies set their constitutional orders makes a huge difference. So, for example, America has way too many checks and balances, in my view. I actually think the German system is actually much more balanced. I think the British Westminster system is too decisive. It doesn't have enough checks and balances. And so this shows up, for example, we're going to go through this exercise in tax reform in the United States. Donald Trump has made that his next legislative responsibility. Virtually all the experts, Republican and Democrat, think that the corporate tax rate is too high. It ought to be lowered because it's one of the highest in the OECD. But in order to do that, you really need to get rid of all the special subsidies and tax breaks that are contained in our 10,000-page tax code. I will bet my own money that this is not going to happen because we privilege small, concentrated interest groups in the way that we organize Congress. And this is why it's been so hard to get to comprehensive immigration reform, to tax reform, to a whole series, and just passing a budget every year has become a nightmare. And so this is the kind of institutional failure. So I'm not saying we need to go to illiberal democracy. I think actually if the American system looked more like the German system, we'd do better.
Well, can I just jump in here for a second, because I think it's interesting for us to see how we jump right into sort of the internal causes and crises of our own institutions, and what's to blame, and is it primarily economic? Is it primarily around how our system is designed? But it seems hard for me pulling out from that to think that discussion about why our system here in the United States is so sclerotic when it comes to tax reform has all that much to do with why countries like Russia have utterly abandoned the democratic project that was assumed to be at the heart of its post-Soviet revolution, why even countries in Eastern Europe, we talked about Hungary in the first panel, have moved in such a stark and different direction, even while being part of, presumably, the European Union and that project. And then, of course, we haven't talked at all about the Middle East, about Asia, about Africa, and this question of whether there's an alternate way of organizing governance that is now the grand political narrative of our time. We don't know yet, right? We don't know. Is it a matter of an internal crisis and course correction for democracy before it continues its march? Ed?
There are a number of democratic crises going on. I mean, the one we're most familiar in the United States and Western Europe is to do, I think, primarily with the disenchantment of the middle class. But this clearly doesn't explain why you're seeing strongmen elected in countries like India, the Philippines, and elsewhere, and why you're seeing relatively well-entrenched semi-democracies like Turkey moving. Turkey, the end of next week, has a referendum that is going to plenipotentiarize President Erdogan even further.
EJ called it the de-democratization of
de-democratization.
Turkey.
Both of us have too many syllables in our terms, but we mean that. We mean the same thing. I think one of the things that my first job for the Financial Times was in the Philippines, in fact, and this was in the mid-1990s, and I heard about this mayor who was a sort of Charles Bronson figure. He'd got the crime rate down. It's a very high crime country. And so I flew down to this little town called Davao in the island of Mindanao and interviewed him. And he took me to a shooting range, and he and his goons laughed their heads off when I missed the target each time. And then explained to me they keep the crime rate down by helping criminals to fly. They take them up into helicopters and they push them out. And it was a very chilling interview. It was all on the record, all very brazen. Now, of course, this man is president and has killed 7,000 people, or at least enabled the extrajudicial killing of 7,000 people in a country that has not just been a democracy for longer than half of Europe. It's been a democracy since the EDS revolution of 1986. But it became a democracy through an extremely strong people power movement. He has approval ratings of 85%. Putin has approval ratings of above 80%. Erdogan has approval ratings. So this panel is accurately titled strongmen. There is a demand for strongmen in democracies and political systems around the world that go beyond the root causes of the Western middle class crisis that I focus on. And there are many different answers to this question, but I think one is the combination of the feeling of rootlessness, that we're globalizing at a hyper-globalized speed. The feelings of rootlessness are to be found all over the world, and technology in the hands of politicians, the disintermediation of the media, of political parties, of institutions, is greatly enabled by social media and other forms of technology nowadays. And Duterte, Narendra Modi in India have used these just as skillfully as Putin does, and Trump. So it's a complex story, but there are other factors involved than just the economic one.
Frank, what do you attribute this sort of rise of the rest of strongmen rule to? Do you feel that it's connected to the internal crisis of Western democracy, or is this some separate phenomenon that we need to account for?
No, I think it is very connected. I mean, so you take the case of India, which Ed knows very well, since he was a longtime correspondent there. I mean, if you look at the previous Congress government in India, it was completely feckless. You know, they had a whole series of economic reform challenges. They could not meet it. India, in a way, has this vetocracy problem to an even greater degree than the United States, that they've got this very complex federal system that makes it extremely hard for especially the national government to make decisions. And I think that's why Modi was elected, because he said, in effect, I alone can solve this problem, and he's actually, succeeded. I mean, this GST reform was really quite remarkable. This confiscation of everybody's cash is an unbelievable act of a strong leader. Mm-hmm. So I do think that the institutional weaknesses of the old democratic system is what generates this demand for this personalistic leadership, which I think is a big mistake, because you're not going to solve the democratic problem simply with individual strongmen. You really need institutional, solutions to these problems.
But that is precisely the point of representative democracy in democratic theory, is that it's supposed to save citizens from having to be heroic every day and reinvent the republic every day. Mm-hmm. Which is why Ben Franklin said, a republic if you can keep it. What we need to do is to look at the pathologies of our institutions and to figure out what we need to do. And let me argue, and I say this as a sort of passionate admirer of the American constitutional order and of your constitution. I wrote my German doctoral thesis about it. In fact, I wrote my German doctoral thesis about direct democracy in America. And so that one of my critiques is that I think it is insufficiently understood and analyzed how much instruments of direct democracy in this country have undermined the representative checks and balances underneath the federal level. You don't have it on the federal level for good reason until the introduction of the presidential plebiscite in the form of Donald Trump's Twitter feed. But before that, few people are aware of just how common the referendum and indeed the initiative are on the state level, and how detrimental their role has been, how much these processes have enabled special interests to take over and undermine and polarize the political process in this country. Mm-hmm. And I'm not just talking about California. Every state except Delaware has the constitutional referendum. This is very well worth studying. That's one point. Many people complain about gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is something that President Obama plans to sort of dedicate himself to. How is gerrymandering done with referenda? Referenda are used usually for exclusionary purposes. The zoning referenda are used for residential zoning, for school district zoning. All of these things contribute to the polarization of this country. Again, really worth looking at. Then, of course, Citizens United, money as free speech. I know there are a lot of donors of the Chicago Council here. I don't want to criticize you personally if you made big party donations, but it seems to me there is fundamentally a problem here. Now, and I don't want to criticize America only. Of course, there are problems of process and of institutions in in Europe and in my own country. I'm very touched, Mr. Fukuyama, that you think that Germany has the better system. I'm not sure that I think that's true, but I do think that, of course, the memory of our historic experience of 2 world wars and the Holocaust has forced Germans to pay close attention to the connection between the formal rules of our order and the reality of the real life of politics, of institutions, markets, and social contracts, and their cohesion.
Can I just ask you quickly, I know we all want to turn back to the US, but while we're on Europe, what about the experience, though, in Eastern Europe of integrating those countries into the political order of the EU over the last 25 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union?
I have a response to that. I think several of us know Ivan Krastev, the Bulgarian political philosopher. He's written a lot about this, and he's your best source on this, but he would point out that, of course, the historical experience of these states has been another than the Western states. These states were running away from the Soviet Union. They were running away from institutions, markets, and societies that were in deep decay. And they had huge expectations of the EU and of NATO, and of joining Europe, but at the same time wanted to achieve nationhood, nationhood as opposed to being submerged yet again, just moving seamlessly, as it were, from the Warsaw Pact to NATO or to the EU. And I think they came at a time when the EU itself was mired in self-doubt. But I would also, I think it's possible to say that some of these states did not have the opportunity to consolidate themselves institutionally as nation states. Take the example of Bulgaria and Romania. Yeah? It was far easier, say, for the founding states of Europe, Italy, Germany, France, the others, after the horrific experience and the privations of World War II, to integrate themselves, to integrate together. They had a strong motivation, something they too were running away from, but they also had state structures. They were functioning nation states, more or less. I mean, I suppose you could make an argument about Italy and about Belgium here, but arguably the EU acquis, the rules of the European Union, by the time Bulgaria and Romania entered, were a huge burden on those countries that were fragile nation states, that were barely scrambling to get along as independent entities, and now suddenly had to take on the burden of implementing all these rules. And I think that may have been more demanding than we cared to see. On the other hand, it's also true that these frameworks created a sort of democratic and procedural frame of reference for these countries. You can see now in Romania people going onto the streets in the hundreds of thousands to protest against endemic corruption, and who I think still look to the EU as a provider of rules to fight their own oligarchs and their own corruption. So I think it's a mixed bag, but I think the warning to all of us, and particularly in Europe, is to not be complacent, to not assume that the benefits of membership in the EU and indeed NATO accrued equally to everyone. I think we have to understand that there were losers, not just from globalization, but losers from the accession processes, and that we need to look at that.
There's a great joke about Angela Merkel arriving at Athens airport.
Yes.
And they say, occupation? She goes, no, just visiting. And the reason why that's a good joke. I mean, I share Frank's admiration for German democracy, and I think it's no accident that the near disastrous Austrian presidential election result, with, as Yasha said, 48% voting for a white nationalist, a far-right nationalist, not the breaking of the populist wave at all, quite the opposite, a very alarming result. I think it's no accident that that is inconceivable in Germany, because Germany has reformed itself consciously as a culprit on a 20th century stage. Austria has presented itself as a victim of Germany, quite wrongly, quite mendaciously, and its education system is therefore radically different from Germany's. Yeah. The basic law of the German constitution, first line begins, human dignity shall be inviolable. And I think that's a hugely important thing to remember in the debate about democracies and political systems all over the world, is human dignity shall remain inviolable. The Germans, perhaps more than anybody else, have studied what it is that provides the glue, the value system to a political system. And it isn't transactional. It isn't empty, we the people, we the sovereign people. It starts with each individual has inviolable dignity, and I think that's important. So I'm going to say that's the good thing about Germany. The bad thing I'm going to say about Germany
I knew this was coming.
Stems from the Angela Merkel joke. Yes, Schäuble. And it's not just in Greece that people laugh at that joke. It's in Italy, it's in Spain, it's in Portugal, it's in the whole of the Club Med countries that at a time when we desperately needed counter-cyclical fiscal policy, the Germans restrained and bound us into this sadomonetaristic hair shirt. And these rules are understandable from the point of view of German history. I fully understand the fear of hyperinflation, but they are absolutely destructive to the integrity and future of the euro, which is the core of the European project. And I think it doesn't matter how good ultimately Angela Merkel is in every other regard. Yeah. If Germany shows no flexibility on this, Europe is doomed.
You and I are in entire agreement.
Yeah. Right.
I would only add that there is a huge debate in Germany about this very point. And in fact, I've co-authored pieces with economists and political scientists saying we will ultimately fail in any kind of leadership in Europe if we do not modify this policy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we do not, I think there is a kernel there is a kernel of justice in the German approach. If you give it. If you realize that what even Schäuble is saying is that this is not so much about saving your way out of your situation as of reforming your political economies in such a way that they become functional. Because we are so deeply integrated with even tiny Greece that a dysfunctional Greek political economy has a contagion effect on all of us, and therefore, and also, frankly, it's indecent for your citizens to have to wait in line for 4 hours to even ask your doctor to see you. But at the same time, the German policy cannot be credible if it's not flanked by generous pro-growth and policies against unemployment. The new social democratic German foreign minister, Sigmar Gabriel, has very recently gone on record with a speech and with pieces saying this is exactly what Germany needs to do. There's a real groundswell for this, but I think Schäuble at this point is, unfortunately, is a person who's very hard to convince on this.
Well, we're about to lose Frank, so I want to bring him back into this before he has to go off and teach a class, keep his day job. But I think you're raising the point that is the question I would have Frank leave us with, which is how much does the internal crisis, whether it's of Germany itself or of the EU and the United States in the midst of this Trump era, whatever it's going to end up being, how much does those internal crises affect the status of democracies in the rest of the world? How much does our uncertain foreign policy, for example, affect things? How much does the prospect of democratization in the Middle East rest upon the resolution of this crisis here in the West?
I think it's hugely important. So I run a Center on Democracy Development and the Rule of Law. Larry Diamond was my predecessor there. We're largely devoted to studying and actually promoting democracy outside of the United States. But for the last several years, we've had a project on American democracy in comparative perspective, because it just seemed to us that well before the rise of Donald Trump, there were many problematic things, many dysfunctional things going on in America. And I think ultimately it was the soft power of the American model, the fact that it seemed both economically and politically extremely successful, that was really responsible for projecting democratic values into the rest of the world. And I just think that that has eroded substantially. And now, under this current administration, where you have a president who doesn't seem to have any principled interest in democracy, he never uses human rights, freedom, any of these value-laden terms that had been the staple of presidents really since Woodrow Wilson. Of course, it's going to have a hugely, I think, discouraging effect, to other people. And so when you're a democracy activist in, whatever country that's struggling under authoritarian rule, who are you going to look up to? Are you going to look up to a president that says, it's American jobs and American, buy American, first? I don't think so. So I do think we've got a really big symbolic problem on our hands.
Well, it's interesting. We were just, both of us traveled all the way to Iraqi Kurdistan a few weeks back, and I would say that the most sort of transfixing moment at this conference was actually when Frank was interviewed on stage and was asked lots of questions about Iraq and the Middle East, and then was asked, well, but what about America? Is American democracy in crisis? And this was at the American University in Suleimania, and you saw those young people, and I imagine it's hard for them to understand at this point what American democracy means for their project in Iraq. Was that your impression of that event as well?
Yes, I think it's a very confusing moment for many people. Now, I want to go back to the point that Ed began with. I mean, it's a question of self-correction. And I think that, one of the selling points for democracy all along is that because you have fundamental accountability, the system is able to self-correct to a much greater extent than an authoritarian system that has no fundamental institutional checks on power. And that's why I wouldn't be, utterly despondent at this point, because this is a situation that can be corrected. I think that, we may be going through this experiment with a kind of populist nationalism here, but it's not set in stone. I think this administration has gotten off to so many stumbles that at this point, I'm not worried about this Trump steamroller that's going to take over. So I think that there's a lot of uncertainty, and so just let me end on this point. It's fascinating. If you look at Eastern Europe, so it's true that Eastern Europe has not been going in the right direction overall, but there's a lot of there's still civil society there, and there's still people that actually want a better system. So you had these massive anti-corruption protests in Romania. You had, just over the weekend, this very large demonstration in Budapest to save the Central European University. And then something that for some reason has just not been covered in the United States. I mean, all over Serbia since Vucic's first round victory last weekend, there's been massive student protests all over Serbia. So I just think that the fundamental grassroots support for democracy is not dead. People don't want to live in these corrupt authoritarian systems. So I guess maybe a little bit of optimism to inject into what's otherwise a fairly gloomy morning.
Is it because it's not dead, or because we're not at the morgue yet, right? No, Ed wanted to respond.
I want to actually pick up on EJ's. I want to be 9/10 empty. I think you were 9/10, 1/10 full.
That's what counts as optimism?
Yes. No, I'm not picking up on Frank's optimism at all, though I share the sentiment behind it. I think there's a real danger, and this is a point made by the previous panel, there is a real danger that we misinterpret the Austrian election result, the Dutch election result, and the probable French election result as crisis over, and that as liberal elites, for want of a better term, we continue to go down the wrong path. Mm-hmm. And I think it's a bit like, I was thinking about this yesterday for obvious reasons. Because I travel so much, I'm a 1K member of United. And whenever a flight lands roughly on time, and I haven't been overcharged or kicked off or dragged screaming from my seat, I think this is great. This is a great airline. Wow, we're here on time. It's not a great airline if Le Pen loses in the second round. We still face a deep structural problem, and we need to understand why it's going to persist if we're going to tackle it.
By the way, my husband said to me last night, you can't blame Trump for United. I know all those people out there want to.
Well, I don't know who of you saw what I think will stand up until the end of the week as the week's best joke, a tweet this morning by a gentleman who said, Pentagon awards contract to United for removal of Assad. Which I have to say I quite like. I mean, I think that's deal-making and transactional politics gotten right.
And they know how to do the job.
And they know
right.
how to
Just
do it.
drag
Exactly.
him out.
I say go for it, Mr. Munoz.
De-accommodation, I
Yes,
believe.
exactly. Exactly. But anyway, to be serious here, in your list, Mr. Fukuyama, I would add the Poles who've been going on the street in hundreds of thousands to protest the illiberal policies of the Kaczynskis. So I have a lot of hope for the civil societies of Eastern Europe as well. I would also add that a lot of Russians who are unhappy with where their country is going are going to Eastern Europe or, in fact, to Western Europe, and who are joining the fray. The FT had a huge piece about the new Russian community in Berlin. Yeah, there's a genuine brain drain there. However, I think I also, when you just said when we land safely, we forget about all the, the bad food. That reminds me of very much of how the financial crisis went. We, as soon as we saw the first pale green sprigs of growth, we forgot all about the structural reasons for the global financial crisis. I fear deeply that it's going to be the same thing with the democratic crisis. That we look only at the seismic shocks and at the external factors, and that we forget about the endogenous, structural, sort of slow tectonic plate movements of de-democratization. And that is what we need to look at. And again, the pendulum on these points will not swing back of itself. These developments require deliberate, decisionist course corrections through laws and constitutional decisions. And that is where we are at. That is the only way to solve the problem created by Citizens United, or by gerrymandering, or by German fiscal policy, or the structural problems of the euro. These things have to be deliberative. They can't just happen of themselves.
Citizens United Airlines is
Yes.
Sorry.
But just one final point. If you want to, I think as a sobering way, as a sort of sobering reminder of how democracies can die, I recommend to you the 3-volume Cicero books of Robert Harris. The third volume was only published about a year or a year and a half ago. And if you want to be really scared about how a reasonably flourishing democracy, with an extraordinarily, for the time, mature and balanced constitutional order, one that had been fought for, one that some of the most brilliant minds of Rome had constructed and preserved, how that can die and be brought to ruin by dictators and by the Crassuses of the time, the very rich men who decide that they will be better at ruling than any of the elected politicians, then you could do worse than reading these books. And afterwards, I think you will look at the problems of today with a fresh eye.
I didn't think we could be more skeptical than the previous panel, but I knew we had to differentiate ourselves. So, Frank, I'm going to give you the last word. We're going to take questions from the audience, but we'll excuse you. And if you want to leave us with something maybe more than 90% pessimistic?
No, I agree both with Ed and Constance. I mean, in the last comments that there are these deeper structural things. So I think there's several. There's the economic inequality one that was mentioned. I think there's this institutional reform issue that needs to be addressed. We haven't talked that much about identity, but identity is really, I think, the big driver of a lot of the populist movements, that globalization has brought not just economic disruption, but cultural disruption. And that, I think, in fact, if you look at the Trump vote, there's a lot of people that are not these working class, males that lost their jobs. There's a lot of, well-to-do people as well that voted for him for various reasons, but I think immigration was, really at the top of that list. And I think one of the issues that is really troublesome is the way that liberal identity has been threatened. So in India, for example, the whole kind of post-independence Nehru Indian national identity was really based around democratic and liberal ideas, that this is a multicultural, very complex society. That's being displaced, by a BJP government that increasingly wants to identify the country as a Hindu nation. And you have similar things. I mean, Abe is not as, you don't see that as dramatically with Abe in Japan, but there's an element of that. And so I think that it is important, that we hang on to these ideas of what citizenship means, the ideals of the country that are expressed through things like, your basic law, because that's, ultimately the basis of cohesion that's being threatened by these smaller identities that I think in time are simply going to rip our societies apart. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I do have to go teach, so it's been a great pleasure being on the panel.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased by the technological power and awe of this actually coming off. Thanks again for joining us.
Okay,
Impressed as
bye-bye.
well.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we can get to some questions now. I'm looking at this iPad. I have no idea where these questions are coming from, but there's actually a couple of terrific questions. So while you guys are getting your questions in the audience ready, first of all, will Putin be in power a year from now?
Constanza.
Thank you, Ed.
That
I'll
you're
remember
welcome.
that.
We're now going to watch Frank's empty chair.
Yes,
He's playing a role of Charles de Gaulle.
That's kind of mesmerizing as an image. But anyway, will Putin be in power a year from now? My guess is yes. Look, these evil tendencies, I was profoundly moved by that. And I've been having a lot of experiences like that. I mean, I think that there is genuinely a movement afoot in this country to rediscover the fundamentals of American democracy and constitutionalism, and to overcome the self-segregative processes that I think have been the somewhat poisoned fruit of a long time of peace and prosperity.
We're back to optimism.
A little bit.
Okay, questions? You, sir.
So I work for a company here in Chicago that has an online voter guide and covered the last election. And one of the overarching messages that I saw from people and on social media is that they were really surprised that there's other offices to vote for than the President of the United States. And that there's this thing called the Water Reclamation District Manager, and there's people all up and down the ballot. And it was really heartening to see people become informed that those things are out there, but it also concerns me that living in this age of fake news and misinformation and the bubbles that we live in, and seeing the lies that, for example, that were propagated around by the Brexit camp, around, for example, like the NHS and whatnot, focusing on things like the Benghazi scandal or Hillary's emails and whatnot, and people getting a lot of their news from Fox News and it's Breitbart, whatever it happens to be. How important is an informed electorate for the success of a democracy?
Great question. Is it our fault that democracy is in crisis, Ed?
The obvious answer is yes, but it's very important to have an informed democracy. But there are some disturbing caveats in there. If you look at surveys of voter levels of knowledge, it's interesting that the more partisan you are, the more informed you are. So Rush Limbaugh listeners are relatively higher informed than the median. And so it's not automatically the case that being informed, it's what kind of information, what kind of context people receive that information is I think, the sort of key measure. And that's where you get to the polarization of news. That is as much a product of technology and the big sort of people living amongst people who are like them. And I don't know whether there's a solution to that. All I can do is agree with your sentiment. I mean, talk to EJ about this. He's thought a lot about this. You can quote Jefferson about, newspapers being more important than government. But Jefferson hadn't come across a newspaper environment or a news environment like this, and I don't think he could have imagined one.
I'd like to add to that. brings me back to my obsession with structural questions. One of the big differences between voting in America and voting in most countries in Europe is that indeed your average citizen has to make somewhere between 20 and 38, 40, 50 decisions on his ballot sheet. Some of these are this long. And some of the decisions that the citizens of Kansas or Dakota or Oregon are required to make require a great deal of information. And the result of that is that only the ones with very, very vibrant preferences, the super informed or the specially interested, will actually take the trouble to work their way all the way down the ballot sheet. The much more common response is that people will refuse to check the box. That lowers voter turnout, and that, of course, empowers the special interests who put ballot measures on the ballot sheet in the first place. And it of course, advantages the ones that they have corralled into voting for them. If you add to that terms that are only 2 years long, and the possibility of recall by initiative, say of the judiciary or of legislators, then you have a situation where it is going to be the demands made on the voters and the demands made on representatives, whether in the judiciary or the executive or the legislature, are going to be immense. And I think that this undermines the functioning of the representative process. It undermines the independence and the functioning, the effectiveness of institutions. And I think it completely overwhelms the voters. I think there is some judicious pruning to be done there. I'm not saying, the opposite of that, say the French system where you vote every 5 years, boom, and you're done, and then you can go back to being a consumer again, is perfect. But clearly something has gotten out of balance here. And I think, again, you just look at the structural issues and you will see very quickly that there is something that isn't working. Again, you can't, this is not a pendulum that will swing back of itself. It is something that I think America needs to have a national conversation about. And I'm sorry, this sounds as though I'm obsessing with your country. I live here now and I love it. And so these things bother me, but I'm perfectly willing, to expound at length on the pathologies of my own culture, I promise you.
Well, I think it's a great question. I mean, the only thing I would add is just specifically to your point about journalism today, we are experiencing a crisis in particular around the production and coverage of news at the state and local level, especially around our politics, especially around those questions that people are being called upon to answer and to make decisions about in their voting, whether it's every 2 years or every 4 years. And, there's been a massive die-off, if you will. State and local political reporting has become the dinosaur of American public life, and it's rapidly disappearing. And, yesterday was a very heartwarming day. The Pulitzers came out. There were winners from little scrappy papers all over the place. But, that almost had the feel of a sort of lament or an after-the-fact recognition of something that more or less has disappeared, and the economics of it have been undercut. And if you look at coverage of political issues in this country beyond the national level, where obviously they're now good for ratings and it's a growth industry once again, but beyond the national level, back at the local, state level where these referenda are being decided upon, where there's basic questions of accountability in all of your communities as well as in your states, the numbers are shocking. I think it's directly related to the question of what information people actually have when they go to the polls. They may now have a team identity in national politics that is more firmly hardened than we've ever seen before, and that's fused with their information consumption. Right? And that is something that's very disturbing. Just the other day, there was a poll that came out that showed for the first time ever since they've been recording these, that Americans' view of consumer confidence in our economy is now determined by our partisan identity. That's never been the case before. And I think it suggests what, again, the macro trend we already knew was clear, which is that at the macro level, at the national level, our news and information consumption is now fused with our political identity. However, that masks the fact that there's this deeper crisis, which Larry was talking about in the previous panel, around the very issues of we don't know anything about how the democracy functions in a more practical day-to-day sense. So I think it's one of the key questions.
But I mean, that also means civic education really matters. And again, here I can only echo my American friends who say, this is something that has gone into decline. Maybe it's time to reinvent that, and maybe it's time. I mean, I've had some of our research assistants at Brookings come sit in my office and say, "What can I do?" And I said, "Well, is there a high school around the corner from where you live? Maybe just volunteer in civic education. Maybe that's one of the issues here." I think that really is where it starts. And frankly, I mean, I take enormous heart from how newspaper subscriptions have gone up. In my country, party membership has gone up. People are joining political parties again. And you will have seen these Pulse of Europe marches in Europe where people, are going with their families on a Sunday afternoon to march for something. Germans don't tend to march for something ever. In fact, people don't normally march for something, they march against something. So there's clearly something on the move. And there are, I think, very obviously things that we can contribute personally. And civic education, I think, is certainly one of those.
Okay, ma'am.
In the previous session, there was a discussion about big data and its relationship to gerrymandering. And I was wondering if there's also a relationship between big data and the rise of the strongman dictatorships and things like that.
I didn't hear the question.
The question is actually about big data and the extent to which it is connected with the rise of strongman leadership.
Cambridge Analytics.
Cambridge Analytica, exactly.
Technology more broadly.
Yep.
Well, I mean, that's a very good question, very relevant question. Constanza just mentioned Cambridge Analytics, the company that partially owned by Robert Mercer, who, as you might know, is a big hedge fund backer with his daughter Rebecca Mercer of Donald Trump. And this company initially hired by Ted Cruz for his campaign, and then it switched along with the Mercers to Donald Trump when Ted Cruz pulled out. This company has taken data mining to a whole different psychographic level.
Or claims to.
Claims to have. Whether it actually played a role in Trump's victory is completely unproven. But it's very clear where all the money in politics is going, and it is going into where all the money in advertising is going, is to finding out more about us. And about our habits and predilections and friends and key phrases and using that to get at us as voters emotionally. And so it plays on the previous question, which is how do you appeal to the spleen, the heart, the viscera, rather than through public reasoning? And unfortunately, we are data nudists, and the younger the generation, the more happy with being data nudists we are. We keep providing this information. And your country is slightly different, and France is slightly different in the data nudism sense.
I was about to say, we have more nudism, really, and vibrant nudist culture in German beaches.
It's very ironic. I hadn't thought of that mirror image. That's very true. But I
think there's an article in there.
There is an article in that. Unfortunately, we keep providing that material, and so I believe that big data and politics marriage is in its early stages, and it's going to last a long time.
I think I'm on the record. I'm against both of those nudisms.
All right, we have time for a couple more questions, I would say. Please.
On the topic of strongmen tend to gain or reinforce their power by vilifying others, sometimes within their own borders, sometimes outside. And opposition to that, because they're strongmen, tends to get repressed. In an environment where the US and Europe seem to be looking inward rather than outward, and where our transnational organizations are not, like the UN, are not effective, is this an era in which strongmen are going to prosper because there's no country or institution willing to take a stand that supports opposition?
You want to start? I have thoughts.
Well, I mean, it's true. I've been thinking this for much of our discussion, that there is a sort of generalized tendency, isn't there, in the West towards normative disarmament, normative self-disarmament. We are falling away from our own standards, and some of those standards have been enshrined in international law of the highest kind. And that concerns me, because to me that's a civilizational retreat, and it undermines the legitimacy and any leadership aspirations the West might have for the rest of the world. And that, in turn, I think reduces the possibilities for a peaceful management of the international order, which then will become more prone to chaos and war, which must concern us deeply. So I think there is a real case to be made for recovering that commitment to not just to alliances, but to international law and to human rights. And I think that's true for America as much as for us Europeans. But I also, I mean, to some degree that's happening because we have been very bad at making a plausible case to non-Western countries, particularly to non-Western rising powers, that they have a rational self-interest in joining this order on its terms rather than on their own terms. Now, bizarrely, we're seeing, I think, the Chinese, and Xi Jinping's speech in Davos is the exhibit A for this. The Chinese suddenly, I think, having a come-to-Jesus moment where they're thinking, holy shit, you know, if the Americans are no longer guaranteeing this, actually, we have an interest in some of this, and maybe we ought to be playing a more, you know, a more forward-leaning role here. I can certainly tell you that some of that's happening in my own country. But I think that, you know, without an American commitment to a liberal international order, this is going to be very difficult, and I would worry about Chinese versions of, you know, or Chinese hegemony in that. I'm not quite sure it would be what we would think of as liberal.
If you were a right-wing populist, though, if you were a Steve Bannon sitting here and justifying right-wing populism, he would see China's support for the international system as entirely consistent. That this is exactly, it's committees of experts.
Right.
And so I think, you know, I think there is a sense, not entirely without basis, over the last 30, 40 years, that more and more of the decision-making that used to be in the hands of democratically elected bodies has been put off limits, has been ring-fenced and put in the hands of experts, whether they're at the supranational level, like in Europe. You have this term in Brussels, comitology. Only a very small handful of people understand the system of committees in Brussels that has enormous sway over really quite mundane aspects of day-to-day life in Europe. These are not directly accountable. I agree in representative democracy. I just don't think the European Union is. I think Davos is a really good illustration of, and so Xi Jinping's speech being in Davos is actually quite symbolic. Davos is a really good illustration of a bunch of people globally, from governments, from businesses, from transnational people with transnational globalized interests, trying to get more and more of the decision-making agenda out of the hands of angry middle-class democracies. And so I think it's hardly surprising, and I mentioned this in my book, but Tom Friedman, who I like a lot, and he has a brilliant way with language and coining phrases for our time. He in his book, The Lexus and the Olive Tree, coined the term the golden straitjacket in the 1990s. And the golden straitjacket is that you agree to various Washington consensus economic steps, central bank independence, free trade, open capital accounts, and then money will follow. So less politics, more money. And I think what's happened is that we have been in quite tight straitjackets, getting ever tighter, and people with straitjackets tend to behave like lunatics. So there's a take back democracy, take back control element to what's been going on in the last few years that isn't completely irrational. And though I hate to say it because I revile the sentiments that drive him, Steve Bannon has a grasp of this. He understands that there is a basis for want of a better term, anti-Davos, anti-internationalist, anti-internationalist politics. Marx was wrong. It's the elites who don't have a country, and I'm borrowing that phrase from Yasha Monk. It's the elites who are without country, not the proletariat.
I think that's almost a great note to end it on. I guess the only thing I would add is that the question was actually, though, about the backlash against people that happens and the definition of a liberal order, right? And excluding human rights is what a Chinese version of the liberal international order is all about. It's not the preservation of the international order, the Chinese stepping in where the West has faltered or looked inward all of a sudden, but in fact, arguably, it's a radical rewriting. You can't have the one without the other in Frank Fukuyama's version of democracy, but if you talk to Vladimir Putin or even the Chinese, right, actually they will lecture you on, there's not just one way of democracy, and that in fact we're doing democracy in our own way.
But then, Susan, surely the lesson of the situation we find ourselves in now is that we cannot have the stature of protectors of Western liberal order abroad if we do not live by those values at home.
Yeah.
And that's true for Europe, and it's true for the United States. And therefore, it behooves us to do the necessary repairs, to bring back the pendulum, to look to the safety of our democracies, to their stability, to their credibility, and to the reality of our social contracts, to stop exclusion, to stop the permanent marginalization of underclasses. I think that's where we're at. And I think that these things are not, this isn't rocket science. Nor is it sort of unattainable heights of social engineering. These are political and policy questions that are studied, where there are solutions. What we need is the societal and the political will to get a grip. That's all it takes, frankly.
All right, we're going to end it there. And I hope that Constance has inspired everyone here to go out and teach civics. No, that was fantastic. And I want to thank both of you. I want to thank everyone here.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served and our program will resume at noon. Please enjoy your lunch and our program will resume at noon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I can tear you away from your salmon, please. I'm Niamh King. I'm the Vice President for Programs and Strategic Content here at the Council. Hope you've enjoyed the morning so far. We have, and now we're delighted to welcome our last speaker of the day, the President of the American Enterprise Institute, Arthur Brooks. We're delighted that he took time to be with us, and thanks also to Lisa Wagner and the AEI team in the Midwest. After his keynote lecture, I'll be back up for audience Q&A, so save your questions. Before I turn the mic over to him, I want to say a few words of intro. Arthur has been the president of AEI since 2009. Before he joined AEI, he was a professor of business and government at Syracuse University. He also spent 12 years as a classical musician before turning to academia and public policy. We'll need to hear more about that. He writes regularly for the New York Times and is a best-selling author of 11 books. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Arthur Brooks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. What an honor it is for me to be here. I bring you greetings from your friends at the American Enterprise Institute back in Washington, D.C. And for all of you who have been involved in AEI, who are supporters, thank you so very much. And for those of you who are supporters of the Chicago Council on Foreign Affairs, thank you very much for supporting this organization as well. Leadership in the intellectual realm is what we need more of now more than at any time in my adult lifetime. And this organization, the organizations that are represented here are at the vanguard of the movement of bringing democracy back. Now that's the topic of today's lunch session. Democracy, retreat or renewal? I choose renewal. I don't know whether or not I was asked whether or not I was supposed to choose. But the reason that I am choosing that is because I think it actually is a choice. I think that a lot goes into whether or not we're in retreat or renewal at any point in history, and mostly that has to do with what leaders do. You know, we have a tendency to get away from the role of leaders. Why? Because there's an assault on a cause of democratic renewal. And the way I'm going to do that is to be suggesting that we can do two things. We need to think differently, and we need to talk differently as leaders. And these are a couple of simple ideas. But I hope that they'll be helpful because these have guided the way that I'm trying to do my work as president of AEI. Now, to begin with, when you run a think tank in Washington, when you're the president of a think tank, there's actually, paradoxically, relatively little thinking in tanks. It's mostly traveling and giving speeches. I do about 175 speeches a year these days, which is a great privilege, I have to say. But one of the things that you notice when you're running an institution of hundreds of people that are trying to change policy and change the public cultural discourse is that the way to make change is not to think harder about a problem that doesn't seem to have a solution. It's to think differently. You have to look for the epiphany. Now, all of you have had this experience in your everyday lives of having a big breakthrough where you've tried to solve something and suddenly it clicks and you understand something in a slightly different way. I mean, even in your prosaic day-to-day lives. I mean, I'll give you an example from my own life. I have 3 teenagers, 3 teenage kids. And, you know, my purpose is not to come here and tell you my problems. But this is, nonetheless, I was having a conference with one of my sons, my middle son's teachers, a parent-teacher conference. It was going very poorly. It was a grades issue. And this is last year. And afterward, I was coming home with my wife, and it was sort of silent, and it was tense. I was driving. And she said, "We need to think about this problem in a completely different way." I said, "Yeah, what do you suggest?" She says, "At least we know he's not cheating." Right? So in that spirit, I want to look at the current policy environment in the United States and the other advanced economies that are experiencing a lot of populism, and ask how should we be thinking about it differently, and as such crafting policies and cultural movements differently as leaders. Okay, now I've been looking for the different way of thinking about this for a couple of years now. I mean, look, the storm has been approaching for a long time. No surprise where we are today. I mean, a little bit of surprise politically, but the overall populist zeitgeist, this has been something that's been coming for a long time. And trying to think, what is it that I'm getting wrong? What is it that I'm getting wrong? And here's where I had the breakthrough. I remember it distinctly because I was listening, and this has a Chicago reference to it. I was listening to a lecture by the man who was the Archbishop of Chicago, Cardinal Francis George. And he was the great thinker of the Roman Catholic Church. He was the church's great intellectual. When he said something, people really listened and people followed. So he died 2 years ago, but before his death, there was a lot of lectures that were recorded, and I was very interested in these. And I was listening to one where he was talking about poverty, which is the main area that I'm personally interested in as a behavioral economist. And he was talking to his wealthiest donors right here in Chicago about supporting programs that help the poorest people in Chicago. So the North Shore people of means about the people on the south side of Chicago. And here's what he said to this group of billionaires, and it really caught my imagination. He said, "The poor need you to pull them out of poverty. And you need the poor to keep you out of hell." And I thought, I'm definitely not going to use that to fundraise for AEI. But here was the epiphany, which came a little bit later. I was thinking about that, and I thought, do we as a society need the poor? You know, I realize that we want to help the poor, and we have compassion toward the poor, and this extends then to the working poor and people who don't have insurance and people who feel they've been left behind. And this is also true outside the United States and all the countries that are represented in this room. But do we really need them? Here's a thought experiment for you. Here in Chicago, we have a very mixed economy, a lot of economic inequality. We have haves and have-nots and rich and poor people. If all of the really poor people in the city just disappeared, would you know it? How long would it take for you to know that was the case? I mean, there would be certainly data on law enforcement and welfare expenditures and such, but would you know socially? Would you know morally? Would you know in any of your relationships that that's the case? And I dare say that for most of us, it would take a long time. Now that's massively ahistoric in American terms, and indeed in the terms of a lot of the countries, a lot of our allies that are experiencing some of the same phenomena politically and socially. As a matter of fact, in the United States in particular, that's almost un-American, that we don't mix, that we don't know each other, that we don't, in fact, need each other. What we've gotten really good at over the past 50 years is helping poor people and working people, and really terrible at needing them. And this is the central insight that I want to talk about, how we can think differently about public policy. You know, the story of my family, for those of you who are Americans or born in the United States, it's the same as your story, which is 3 generations or 4 or so ago. Somebody coming here on a boat, whether they came voluntarily or not, but from really unfortunate circumstances. And for immigrants, at least, the first thing that they would see is the Statue of Liberty coming into New York Harbor. And there's a poem that's actually imprinted at the base of the Statue of Liberty. It's not a very good poem, but every American read it in high school. It's called The New Colossus. And there's one line in that poem that sums up the meaning of it. Give me your poor. That actually meant something. See, if you look at the base of this country was built on the back of ambitious riffraff. And we're proud of it, which is extraordinary in world terms. It was a couple of months ago I was giving a talk and I used that turn of phrase. I don't know why. And afterward, it was a Q&A and a guy puts his hand up and I call on him and he stands up and he says, I want you to know that I resent the way that you characterize my ancestors. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And he says, they were not ambitious. So something happened in this country where we went from needing everybody to not needing some and just helping them. That is a dignity problem, and you can see it very clearly. If you are helped but not needed, you will suffer from a lack of dignity, which is to be worthy of respect. So here's my question. When did that happen? And I have believe it or not, I have a date. And this is artificial, and it's a little contrived, I'll admit that. But it's meaningful to me for a particular reason. So I'm looking at April 24th, 1964. Now, why do I look at that date? Because that was the date that President Johnson had a photo op to kick off his war on poverty. Okay, now for those of you who are not students of American social history, the war on poverty was Johnson's program to expand government programs massively to be more helpful to people who are in grinding poverty. And it was, when you look at what he said at that time, I don't care what your politics are or where you're from, you would agree with every single word. See, third world poverty was, in point of fact, an American phenomenon, and President Johnson wanted everybody to know that there was a solution to it. Okay, so what did he do? He did what presidents always do. He kicked it off with a photo op. He went with a bunch of reporters, including a lot of photographers from the now defunct Life magazine, and he went to a town called Inez, Kentucky, which is the county seat of Martin County in eastern Kentucky. If you haven't been there, which you probably haven't, it's the heart of coal country. And this place is just economically upside down and has been for 75 years. I mean, the coal mines open and then they close, and then there are mills and then they close. And Johnson went there to show that poverty is an American thing. So what did he do? He went to this town, and it was a great thing, I have to say. He was a master. I mean, he was formidable when it came to media. And Johnson got to this town, and he picked out a random guy's house, and he walked up on his porch and started talking to him. The guy's name was Tom Fletcher. And Tom Fletcher was a little wiry guy, and LBJ was huge. And so LBJ gets down on his haunches, and he listens to the guy's story. And this guy's story was something like this. He had dropped out of school when he was in first grade. He had worked as a child and as an adult, but mostly he'd been out of work, temporarily injured, and then mills and mines would close down. He was indigent. By the time he was 38 years old, when Johnson was there, he had 8 children, all of whom were malnourished, and he had no prospects for a better life. Okay, so Johnson listens, then he walks down off that porch and he says to the reporters around him, "Today I declare an unconditional war on poverty, and our goal is total victory." He put in charge of that war a general, somebody who's very famous in the United States, named that, for those of you who are Americans, you'll recognize him immediately, Sergeant Shriver, who also started the Peace Corps, who truly was a great American. And interesting, as luck would have it, Sergeant Shriver's son is my next door neighbor, and who also wrote a best-selling biography of him. Really a great man. And he was asked, what's the goal in the war on poverty? You know what he said? I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what my politics are. He said, our goal is dignity, not doles. Isn't that right? Again, it's not political, is it? So what happened? What happened? A lot of good things happened. A lot of good things happened. The most grinding parts of poverty have become more bearable. But here's the bad news. Poverty has not become more escapable. We, as a country, have spent $20 trillion. And since that day, the poverty rate has gone from 14.7% of Americans to 14.8% of Americans. Again, poverty is easier to bear, but it's not easier to escape, which becomes, it doesn't matter what your politics are, a dignity problem, and that explains a lot about what's going on. We have an ideology of helping the poor, and we do not have enough brotherly solidarity and love to try to need the poor, because they are us too. Now, this leads to a lot of pathology. When I was a kid growing up in a working class neighborhood in Seattle, the complaint was always all these guys in the 1970s who were idle, all these men who were idle. At the time, 8% of working age, able-bodied men were out of the workforce in the United States. Today, 17%. This is according to Nick Eberstadt, my colleague at AEI. 1 in 6 able-bodied working age men are completely idle in America and not looking for work. What's the result of that? There's a paper that many of you saw that came out last year in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences from 2 Princeton economists. I'm an economist. Anyway, I can't say it. Ann Case and Angus Deaton, who the latter, they're a married couple. The latter is a Nobel Prize-winning economist. And they were writing in this prestigious science journal about a very interesting demographic trend. For 100 years, every demographic group, all ages, all races, both genders, have seen declining mortality have seen rising age of death, which is fantastic, and higher quality of life to boot. Until now. For the first time in the last 100 years since we've been keeping data, one group from 1999 to the present has seen a lower and lower age of death. Who are they? White men, 45 to 54, without a college education. Look at the result in November 2016 in the election, and that's the group that you see. Why are white men my age, but without a college education, why are they dying younger and younger? Here's where it gets interesting. There are three reasons, my friends. These are deaths of despair that come from idleness and a lack of dignity. Reason number one, a 46% increase in cirrhosis of the liver, which comes from alcoholism. Reason number two, a 78% increase in suicide. Reason number three, a 323% increase in drug overdose deaths. That is despair. Do you want dignity? Then you need to make people needed. It's not enough to help people. You have to need people. By the way, what happened to Tom Fletcher? I never told you the end of the story. Tom Fletcher got a job as part of the war on poverty. He was picking up trash from the side of the road. It wasn't a great paying job. It wasn't a real job. It was a job that he was given, and he was on the government payroll. But he hurt his leg, and by 1969, he was on disability and stayed on disability for the rest of his life. His wife passed away. After they'd had 8 children, he married a local woman in the town who was 40 years younger than he was at that point. They had 2 more kids. She murdered one and tried to kill the other in an insurance scam where there was a burial insurance policy that was provided as part of the war on poverty from the government. I don't know the right solution, but that's not it. And if you think that this is really all about them, that's part of the solution. That's part of the problem too, isn't it? You know, all of you are going to go home after this great conference, and the reason you're looking forward to it is because somebody needs you. A whole bunch of people need you. I told you I got 3 teenagers. They don't like me, but they need me. And that's the source of meaning and purpose in my life. So let me tell you a quick story before I move on. At AEI, we're working with the most highly functional social service agencies in the country. Why? Because we want to know, we talk all day about democratic capitalism and American leadership and free enterprise, but we want to know when those things touch real people, what happens so that we can learn, because we don't want to make mistakes that intellectuals typically make. So I've been working a lot with groups that reintegrate guys who've been in prison and people who are homeless. And I get to know the people involved in these programs. And there's one that I'm very involved with right now called the Doe Fund in New York City, Ready, Willing, and Able. And when you're on Fifth Avenue in New York, you'll see these guys cleaning the streets, sweeping the streets in blue jumpsuits. These are guys who are part of the homeless system in this group called the Doe Fund. They're homeless. They've almost all been incarcerated for major crimes, been in 10 years, usually 10 years or more. They've almost all been addicted to drugs and alcohol or have mental illness, and they've almost all abandoned their families. See, here's the interesting thing. You know, it's kind of easy to think about loving the unloved, but if you join me in believing that we are commanded to do the hard things, you got to look for the people that we consider in a society not to be unloved, but to be unlovable. That's when it gets interesting morally, right? And that's what this group does. So I want to see what their secret is. And they're so successful. They have half the rate of recidivism into the criminal justice system. They have twice the rate of permanent work uptake. So I'm talking to them, what's the secret? And the secret is work. It's just work. I mean, we expect our kids to work. We expect us to work. We expect these guys to work. And when they do, they find meaning and purpose in their life because they realize for the first time that they're necessary. So I was talking to a guy that I had met. First guy I met when we were doing a documentary film involving this organization. His name was Richard Norat. He had a very typical story. 8th grade, he starts smoking dope, starts taking more drugs in high school, involved in petty crime. His senior year in high school, he's involved in a robbery, which goes wrong. A guy gets killed, charged with murder, life in prison. Okay, by the grace of God, he's paroled after 22 years. He's 40 years old. He comes into this program, sweeps the streets for 3 months, and then gets his first job, a minimum wage job, working for an exterminator agency. Killing bugs, right? Which fancy people, maybe somebody like me, might accidentally say is a dead-end job. but which he would just call a job. So I'm talking to him, Richard. He's working in the exterminator agency. And I said, Richard, how's your life? Are you happy? And he said, let me show you something. It was very instructive to me. He was schooling me. He pulls out his iPhone, which is not the secret of happiness, but it's pretty cool. And he said, first one he's ever had. And it's an email from his boss. And it says, Richard, emergency bed bug job, East 65th Street. I need you now. And I said, so what? He says, read it again. He said, I need you now. That is the first time in my life anybody has said those words to me. That, my friends, is the secret to meaning and purpose. And it's simple, but it's true. If we build public policies around making people superfluous, we strip them of their dignity, and the chickens will come home to roost as they are today. If we want to solve these problems as leaders, let's give people their dignity by remembering that they are our brothers and sisters, and we need them, and build our culture and build our policies around that single insight. That's number one. That's thinking different. Number two, we got to talk differently. We all suffered through, those of you who were in the United States in November of 2016, which is most of you, we all suffered through the election. And some of you voted one way, some of you voted the other. What we suffered through is the political discourse and the utter coarsening and degradation of that political discourse beyond the standards or below the standards that we ever thought we'd see. You're explaining to your kids a presidential debate, right? And you explain to your kids, it's not okay for people to talk to each other that way. It's kind of a moral lesson, but these are presidential candidates, and one of them is going to be president of the United States. It was a weird feeling, wasn't it? And part of it is that it seems so impractical. I mean, they used to say that politics, and many of you are more expert in politics than I am, politics is supposed to be the art of persuasion, right? Yet you listen to politics today and you'd think that people could be insulted into agreement, which has never happened in human history. A very impractical approach that we're taking. But the real problem is not practicality. The real problem is morality, in my view. I had this interesting experience. I do a lot of talks for very partisan audiences. I write for the Times, and so I talk to a lot of very liberal audiences, very progressive audiences, but I talk to a lot of very conservative activist audiences too. And in the latter category, a year and a half ago, I was talking to a group of Tea Party activists in New Hampshire. Okay, I mean, three-cornered hats and banners and applause lines, and it was all presidential candidates and me, right? And it was like in the social media traffic, people will be saying, I saw Ted Cruz, and I saw Scott Walker, and I saw Donald Trump, and I saw that guy who runs the think tank, I can't remember his name, that's me. So, and so they were super fired up. And I got in the middle of my talk, and I remember I said one thing, I was just improvising, and I said, my friends, I know you disagree with the political left, but let's agree that they're not stupid and they're not evil. And it's silence. And then this lady, she puts up her hand, she says, actually, I think they're stupid and evil. And here's what I was thinking at that moment. So I mentioned that I'm from Seattle. I'm from a liberal family in Seattle, which is redundant. And because it's the most liberal place in America, and everybody's liberal, practically. And as soon as that lady said that, you know what I was thinking? What went through my head? She's talking about my brother. And I resented it. And this is the secret, isn't it? You all have a particular political point of view, but let me ask you this. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands a lot, but let me ask you this now. How many of you love somebody with whom you disagree politically? I'm going to round that, like one of you is like, no. I'm going to round that off to 100%, right? So remember this, next time somebody on your side politically denigrates the morality and the character and the humanity of somebody on the other side, they are insulting your sister-in-law or your mother or your niece or your husband. That's what they have to take it personally. That's what leaders can do to change the discourse. That's in the palm of our hands. People listen to us. If we are contemptuous, they will be too. Now, how do we do that? You know, how do we do that? Because it's easier said than done, right? I mean, it's funny, people always talk about politics. It's too angry today. Everybody's angry with each other, right? Actually, it's not anger, according to social psychologists. The problem that we have endemic in our political culture today is contempt. Contempt, according to psychologists, is the belief in the utter worthlessness of another human being, the conviction that somebody is worth nothing and what they've said is worth nothing, right? If you get angry with somebody else, ordinarily it's an algorithm that leads to reconciliation. Contempt has no reconciliation. Contempt leads to permanent enmity between people. There's a lot of research on this. And for example, there's this guy, his name is John Gottman. He teaches at the University of Washington. And he's a social psychologist, and he has a laboratory. He's the world's leading expert on marital reconciliation. Now, I don't know the guy personally. I've corresponded with him, but he's a real intellectual hero of mine because when you study behavior and you look at all in history, you know that every single successful civilization has had the nuclear family as its unit of analysis, and that successful marriages are really the glue behind good society. So anybody who's going to bring couples back together who are going to split up, that's my hero. That's somebody who's doing a great service to our society. And this is his specialty. So he's got a laboratory where he brings couples that are on the rocks back together, and he fixes them. So I'm very interested in this. Now, he has a trick where he can actually take a couple that's fighting a lot, and he'll put he'll take a videotape of them, and he'll watch the videotape later with the sound turned off, and he can predict in 5 seconds of silent video of you arguing with your spouse whether within 5 years you're going to be divorced, and he can predict that with 94% accuracy, just by looking at you. So you want to know what he's looking for, right? What's he looking for? Eye rolling. Eye rolling, the ultimate physical sign of contempt. Again, I got teenagers. I see lots of eye rolling. But it's different when it comes from somebody who owes you respect, somebody who's your peer, somebody who's on a par with you politically, or as a citizen, or as a co-worker, or God forbid, somebody that you love and with whom you're married. When you express contempt toward another person, expect never to be reconciled to that person in a meaningful way. If we want to solve the problem in our political discourse today, we have to solve the problem of political contempt. And we're leaders, so it starts with us. How do we do that? Okay, now part of it is, it's not that we say, I'm going to wake up one morning and say, I'm going to go be contemptuous of somebody. It's not like that. It's a habit, isn't it? We've gotten into a habit of when we talk about somebody with whom we disagree, and again, I'm guilty of this too. You know, I hear politicians, I dream about all the stupid things that politicians do that I disagree with, and then I wake up and opening the Washington Post, and what they actually did is worse than I dreamed about, and I feel contempt sometimes. And what do I do when I have the habit of expressing contempt? And the answer is, well, psychology is very clear on this. The brain science is clear. You don't just stop doing something that you're doing wrong, right? You substitute something else for it. There's a lot of brain science on this. It's a robust finding, as they say. You know, for years, you heard in my, you heard the sanitary version of my bio. I was a classical musician for a long time. I didn't actually go to college, finish college till I was about 30 years old, which is not the traditional, being a French horn player in the Barcelona Symphony and being a college dropout. That's not the traditional path to being the president of a think tank. I'll tell you, that was non-traditional. Anyway, my point is, however, that when you're looking at these things, when you're basically trying to figure out the momentum of contempt, and you're trying to change your habits, this is a tricky thing to do. When I was in the music business, for example, I didn't live a totally dissolute lifestyle, but I smoked. And it was a disgusting habit. I didn't like it. I always wanted to quit. And I knew I had to substitute something for it. So I started drinking. What do you do when you feel contempt? What do you do? You're going to feel it sometime in the next 24 hours. You probably felt contempt politically, given the hard-charging nature of the conversation during the sessions this morning. What do you do when you feel it? I asked a lot of people about that because I was actually trying to find the solution. And I found the solution when I asked a teacher and a friend and maybe the wisest man that I personally know, and that's the Dalai Lama. Now, some of you who follow the work of AEI may know that I have a very, it's counterintuitive, but I have a close friendship with the Dalai Lama and I work with him a lot. He comes to AEI once or twice a year and I interview him about a lot of topics, and we've done stuff on the road. We've done conferences at his home, at his monastery in Dharamsala, India, in the Himalayan foothills. So we've made a movie together. We've written together in the New York Times. It's a Vanity Fair magazine had a headline, "What is the Dalai Lama doing at the right-wing American Enterprise Institute?" Right? And it wasn't fair. Maybe it was. It's a beautiful friendship, and I have to say something I value a lot. And I asked him this question when I was in Dharamsala making a movie a year ago. I said, "Your Holiness, what do I do when I feel contempt?" And he said, "Show warm-heartedness." And I said, "You got anything else?" Because, I'm not sure, that seems kind of weak to me. That seems, and then I thought about it. Just for a second. And let's review. Those of you who don't know very much about the Dalai Lama was exiled from Tibet when he was in 1959, when he was a teenager. He was the spiritual and political leader of the Tibetan Buddhist people. He was driven into exile by the communist Chinese through sheer military aggression. Why? At the time, there were 1 billion Red Chinese and there were 6 million Tibetans. They were driven from their homeland because there are resources in their homeland. It's the nature of aggression by people who are unaccountable and have power. And they were driven into the Himalayan foothills in India to be gone and forgotten because they're poor and because they're weak. And over the next 7 decades, the Dalai Lama has become the most respected religious figure in the world by standing up to the communist Chinese in a spirit of kindness and warm-heartedness and charity and brotherly love every single day on the world stage. Warm-heartedness is not for sissies. As he puts it, "I defeat my enemies when I make them my friends." This is leadership advice for us, isn't it? When was the last time you defeated your enemies by making them your friends? If you can't remember the last time, that's why we're in the fix that we're in. It's because leaders aren't doing that. He, by the way, starts every day by praying for the communist Chinese leaders. Not that they'll give him back Tibet, but that they will have happy, fulfilling lives. Imagine that. So I asked him, this epiphany was a big deal. How do I do that? And he says, remember a time when you answered anger, when you answered contempt with warm-heartedness, what you were thinking and what you were feeling, and do it over and over again. So I went back to my room and I thought about it, and I meditated on it. And I thought of an example, and I want to tell you what it is, because remembering that had an impact on me. Here's the example. In 2006, I was teaching at Syracuse University. I was a professor of public affairs at Syracuse, and I had a very happy life. Being a professor is the best job in the world. It's way better than management, let me tell you. And it was happy times. I was teaching my graduate students and I was writing my books, and nobody ever read my books because they were very boring books and very quantitative books. But I was happy, and I wrote this book in 2006 about charitable giving. As a behavioral economist, it was my main area of research. And it talked about who gives more to charity. Religious people or secular people, progressives or conservatives, rich people or poor people, just who gives a lot, right? And it hit the news cycle in just the right way. It was a very quantitative, nerdy book, but it hit the news cycle in just the right way, and it changed my life because it started selling hundreds of copies a day. And this happens to professors sometimes. You say, oh, wow, somebody's reading my book. That's so weird. And a week after the book came out, I was on Rush Limbaugh's radio show. To my own shock and to the great horror and consternation of my friends in the faculty lounge, I will assure you. It turns out they listen to Rush too. Who knew? Anyway, my point is that my life changed overnight. 2 weeks after the book came out, I was getting hundreds of emails from people I'd never met, just feeding back. I loved your book, I hated your book, whatever. Like complete strangers. My email was easy to get. And this one guy writes to me a couple of weeks after the book comes out. It's a Wednesday afternoon, and I remember it distinctly. He's from Texas, and he says, "Dear Professor Brooks, you are a right-wing fraud." which is a very unpromising way to start an email, I will assure you. But I kept reading. Because I was game. And the first thing I noticed is this email was like 5,000 words long. It's going to take me 20 minutes to read it. The second thing I noticed is that this guy was refuting every single fact in my book in the most insulting terms, but very carefully. He was saying, the columns in table 3.1 are reversed, you moron. Stuff like that, right? And so I'm reading, and you know what I kept thinking? My main thought was as I was reading this book, it was like a book, this email all the way through. You know what I kept thinking over and over again was in my heart? He read my book, right? And I was just filled with gratitude. And I decided that's what I was going to tell him. So I write him back and I said, dear so-and-so, I know you hated the book, but I have to tell you, it took me 2 years to write that book, and I put my whole heart into it. And you read every word. Thank you. Send. And then I went back to work. And 15 minutes later, his response pops back up. Dear Professor Brooks, next time you're in Dallas, if you want to get some dinner, give me a call. I defeat my enemies when I make them my friends. What was the secret? It's warm-heartedness. By accident. I'm not some virtuous guy. But I was honestly grateful, and I showed him my gratitude, which was a form of warm-heartedness, and it changed. It turned a switch on that relationship. We're leaders. We can do that systematically. Knowledge is power. Let's own that. Let's do that starting today. Here's a good lesson on this, by the way. There's a book that every American reads when you're in high school, and everybody forgets it. It's got a terrible title. It's called How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. It sounds like how to bend people to your will. It sounds very utilitarian, but it's not. It's a guide to moral living. It was written in the 1920s, and Dale Carnegie was traveling he's a self-improvement guy, and he was traveling all over the United States finding the most successful Americans and finding out their secrets to success. It was the whole research protocol, which is fantastic and elegant and simple. So there's one chapter where he's in New York City, and there's a vaudeville show he's looking at to see the most successful magician of his age, a guy named Howard Thurston. Howard Thurston had been doing the same tricks over and over and over again on Broadway for 40 years. He said, I got to see why this guy is so successful. He's world famous. He goes to see him, and it's a very ordinary set of tricks, rabbits and card tricks and all this. The secret was he looked like it was his first night. He was laughing along with the audience, and he was utterly ebullient. He was amazed by his own tricks, and he was infectious in his incredible enthusiasm and happiness with the audience. And so afterward, Dale Carnegie goes up after him and says, man, that was amazing. I mean, this is the tricks, you've been doing it for 40 years, but it looked like your first night. You looked like you were loving it as much as the audience. How do you do that? And he said, it's very simple. Every night before I go out, I say to myself, I am truly grateful for the people in those seats who make it possible for me to do something I love for a living. It was gratitude in his heart that did that. And by the way, I said that before I came up here, because I'm making my living, and it's because of you. And I'm so grateful to you, because you've listened this whole time. It's amazing to me. I can't believe it. Anyway, that's a different subject. Howard Thurston taught gratitude. Now, he was grateful for the people who were coming to see him on Broadway. When was the last time? Look, we're involved in ideology and policy and cultural change and the way that countries are managed. When was the last time you were grateful for people who disagree with you? Why is that important? I'm not going to ask for a show of hands because I know what it would reveal. How many of you wish you lived in a one-party state? It'd be great to be in Venezuela. That'd be awesome, right? If you don't want to live in a one-party state, by axiom, by construction, you must be grateful for the other party, no matter what that party is. You must be grateful for the people who disagree with you in a competition of ideas where when the election goes the wrong way, according to you, there's no knock in the night and there's no jackbooted thug. I realize you don't have to like it, but you got to be grateful for the system and the people that exist in this system on the other side. That's what gratitude is all about. Because when you do that, what just happened? Gratitude leads to warm-heartedness, which crowds out contempt. And it reveals that you need everybody, including your political foes. That's how leaders can bring the country back again. That's how you and I can bring the country back again, and there's no partisan content in that whatsoever. That's the beginning, not of retreat, but of renewal, which is the choice that I choose, and I know that you choose too. Here's my last thought, and then I want to hear from you. You know, in traveling, I'm in the American South a lot, and sometimes I sneak into these Southern Baptist churches because there's a lot of warm-heartedness and there's a lot of spirit of goodwill in these places. And I'm not supposed to do that because I'm a practicing and committed Catholic, and so that's like against the rules to go into a Southern Baptist church, I guess. But here's, you know, when I do, I'm sort of inspired a little bit, and I get strength from it. And there's this one church in Alabama, and there's a sign that caught my eye that I want to share with you, because probably most of you haven't seen this because you haven't been in these Southern Baptist churches, I'm going to guess. And there's a sign not as you come into the church. It was actually a sign as you go out of the church, over the door to go into the parking lot. And here's what it said. You are now entering mission territory. Okay? All right. You know, what if we had that sign over this door? Your leaders, your moral leaders and your intellectual leaders and your ideal leaders, and you're blessed with that, and I'm blessed with that too. We're going to be in a conversation where we can choose to talk about people like they're necessary or they're not. We can talk to people who disagree with us with contempt or with warm-heartedness. Our choice. If you make the right choice, you change the culture. And so in a very real way, I'd like to leave you with this concept. When we leave this conference, no matter what our views, we're entering mission territory. And we can be part of the solution for renewal in this country and indeed around the world. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Now we'd like to go out to the audience for questions. If you could please raise your arms up high and just wait for the mic. We'll be happy to take your questions. Yeah, Madeline Gellis, right over there by the door, please.
There's a quote that Marianne Williamson has, I've heard her several times quote Martin Luther King. I'm paraphrasing it. It goes something like, you cannot persuade people who feel your contempt. Contact her. The quote is really beautiful. I don't have it down correctly, but you just can't be attacking people. When I agree with you politically, but I end up saying, tell me more about that, or I need to understand. Could you please share? I'm not saying I'm not biting my lips sometimes, but it doesn't work to attack people. And
absolutely, thank you for that. I mean, Dr. King was the exemplar of warm-heartedness, of solidarity and love to bring people along. He was as tough as could be. It was very interesting. You know, he talked about following versus resisting laws depending on whether they were just or unjust. He talked about following natural law, that which followed the eternal and divine law, indeed, but resisting that which went against those things. But at the same time, he didn't actually treat other people like enemies. He treated people simply as those who were not brought along yet, and people who could be brought along. You know, it's funny, this has changed my whole approach to the work that we do in Washington, D.C. You know, it's a battle all the time. It's a battle, and you know, you're classified. You're thrown in with Republicans, or you're thrown in with Democrats. It's just so boring, you know? And the truth of the matter is, you don't have to choose in a way. You have to figure out what you think and try to bring people along with you. And the only way you're going to do that is by moving over on the same side of the table with them. That's really changed my view. You know, there are people who, for the message of the scholars of the American Enterprise Institute, those who are true believers, those who are persuadable, those who are hostile, those who are apathetic, but we're all brothers and sisters. And if we go where we're not invited, and we say things that people don't expect, and we do so with what's written on our heart, which is we want other people to simply hear us and we want to hear them, there's a lot of magic that we can do. If we'd only taken King to heart a little bit earlier, I think that that's actually the secret to our success. That's the secret to success in renewal. Yes, indeed. Who's next?
Next question. Yeah, Phil Levy from the Chicago, right here, please, at table 3.
Phil Levy, former AEI scholar, an old friend of mine.
Yes, thank you, and really enjoyed your talk. Arthur, you've spoken a lot about earned success, sort of I think the counterpart of being needed. you've got sort of courtside seats in Washington now. Do you see stuff coming out of this administration or this Congress that gives you hope for more emphasis or things that will lead to more of a culture of earned success?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, it's early to tell whether or not we're going to have on balance policies that are helpful for empowering people to earn their success. And the key thing that Phil just pointed out is that in behavioral economics, there are basically two paradigms. This actually comes from behavioral psychology. There is learned helplessness and there's earned success. And there's a lot of stuff going back from Marty Seligman, who's a social psychologist at the University of Pennsylvania, the world's leading expert on human happiness, who's done work on learned helplessness, where people they're not tied to the rewards that come from their own merit. No matter how hard they work, they can't get ahead, or even if they don't work, they do get ahead. That leads to depression. That leads to the sense of learned helplessness. The opposite of that is earned success. That's what I learned from Richard Norad of the Doe Fund. He's killing bugs. He's sweeping the streets, yet he believes that he's earning his success, and that's what empowered him. That's what gave him a much, much better life. Again, what's going to be the secret with the policies that come out of this administration? We don't know yet, but whether you agree with them politically or not, the key is to emphasize making people needed, because is what lies behind dignity and this concept of earned success. If we have a work focus, if we have an education focus that actually tries to change, I mean, the American education system, why is it screwed up? It's screwed up because we're not matching skills with the needs of our economy, which is disengaging people from actually being necessary. You know, when we moved away from skills training and vocational and technical education and apprenticeships in this country, we did an enormous disservice to people in this country. So that's another way that they can do it. When we talk about deregulation and tax policy, it should be to create jobs actually for people because they need to be needed, not just because of American GDP. The emphasis that comes from conservatives is always about the dollars and cents. The emphasis that comes from liberals about economic inequality, massively misguided, because neither one of those things is actually going to connect people to being needed in the economy. That's how we should be forming these policies. Is this administration going to do it? I hope so, and I'm going to be raising my voice to make sure that it goes that way.
Thanks. Next question. Here at table 1, please, Elisa Harris.
My question is the other half of Phil's question, which is in your interactions with members of Congress, people in the emerging Trump administration or the Trump campaign, to what extent do you see a receptivity to your argument about warm-heartedness? Because in what I see coming out of Washington today, both in terms of what's being discussed for domestic policy, but also our approach to the world, I don't see the kind of warm-heartedness that you're describing. It's really the exact opposite. And I wonder how we actually move down that path, given how polarized we are politically in Washington and internationally.
That's a great question. You know, it's the ideas that I expressed here today, I wrote them originally in a book that I had that came out last year or the year before called The Conservative Heart. And it shouldn't be called The Conservative Heart. I would like to have called it The American Heart, because I don't think that it's inherently very political. But my publisher disagreed. That's the way it is. And you know, I wrote it because I wanted it to influence the presidential campaign. I'm not involved in politics inherently. I mean, we're non-political, but I wanted to inflect the environment of the presidential campaign, and lots of candidates were reading it, and then I lost, and then it wasn't really the zeitgeist. It really wasn't what Clinton and Trump were talking about, and it sounds a little quaint, you know, but I think it's right, and the matrix of ideology and ideas will rotate. And it can come back this direction, and we as leaders have to be ready for it to come back in this direction. That's our moral responsibility, is to be right even when it's a little bit out of fashion. That's why we have created this organization and the Brookings Institution and the American Enterprise Institute. I found my own name wrong. I can't believe it. That's why, because we're supposed to be right no matter what the political climate is. And you know what? When we have aspirational leadership, which we will be ready. And furthermore, when we actually have this example, this moral example and this intellectual example, we can help force the process. Are we going in the right direction right now? No. But I think that we can, and I think actually, as if history is an indication, that we will. But we better be here when it happens.
Yeah, Constanze Steltermüller from Brookings, please, at table 3. The mic, thanks.
I just want to come on the back of Elisa's question and perhaps phrase it slightly differently. Elisa, you mentioned polarization. I had much the same reaction as you did to Arthur Brooks's talk, but I would use another term, another noun, and that is cruelty. It seems to me that we are seeing a renaissance of cruelty, political and social cruelty, and the legitimization of acts of cruelty towards the weaker in ways that, for me as a German, just send a shudder down my spine. But you see it in Europe and you see it here. How do you deal with that? That, to me, frankly, is the worst. I mean, polarization, bad thing. Institutional degradation, bad. But legitimizing cruelty, surely, I think, is the greatest kind of civilizational depravity. And that, to me, is a quality and the most disturbing quality of what we're seeing now.
God forbid I should be pro-cruelty, but which I'm not, obviously. It's, there's a long way that we would have to go to reach the depths of degradation that we see in most parts of the world. I mean, thank God that we can have this conversation. What actually explains a lot of this? What actually, when you're in a structural crisis following a financial meltdown, typically what you see, we were talking a little bit about this at lunch, and I'll be an economist here for a second, and then I promise I'll get back to the moral questions, which are more salient and more important. Economists understand that after a financial crisis, ordinarily there's 10 years of something that happens, which is to say completely asymmetric economic growth. Conservatives, my friends who've said the problem with the financial crisis and the recovery is that it didn't follow typical historical patterns. Well, of course it didn't, because financial crises, they don't have a V shape. They come back very slowly, and here's the worst part. It's not the slow recovery. It's the fact that the recovery is totally asymmetric. It's totally uneven. The bottom 80% usually see 0 for 10 years, and the top 20% see 100%, and that's exactly what we saw for the first 8 years after the financial crisis. We saw 0% economic growth, 0% income growth, or experience of economic growth for the bottom 80%. Now, what happens under those circumstances? You have envy. You have a weakening of the American spirit of I can win and you can win too, which is historically and geopolitically so unusual that this is not an envious country. There's this great survey that I saw that asked public opinion about Bill Gates and other public figures. And at the time, Bill Gates was the richest guy in the world. And it was asking Americans and French people. And Americans basically said, I hope my kid is the next Bill Gates. That's what I think of Bill Gates. And the French basically said, let's take his stuff and burn his house down, or something like that, something along those lines. It was envious, right? And I said, that's great, but that was a long time ago. After a financial crisis where year after grinding year, all the gains go to the top 20%, people become envious and they say, I'm going to get mine. And furthermore, when you have leaders who treat with contempt people who are at the bottom and who haven't been getting theirs for a long time, they will respond with what we see as leaders to be cruelty. So what's the answer? To bring us out of our disequilibrium and bring us back to the American equilibrium of non-envious virtue. Now, I realize this sounds Panglossian, but I think it's right. I think that our natural habitat is not to be cruel to each other, not to kick down, not to hurt the weak, but we have to have policies and we have to have culture that say that just because you aren't in one particular protected group or one particular identity, we don't have sympathy for you. We don't have empathy for you. We have to remember that we're all in the same boat together. You know, the inflecting point in this election came, I believe, looking at the data, was when Hillary Clinton talked about the deplorables. Who were the people who heard that? They were people who said, my brother-in-law's been sleeping on my couch for the last 6 years. And she just called me a deplorable because I like Donald Trump? Look, it wasn't my first choice. But I understand after traveling around a lot and talking to people, and we don't have sufficient empathy to see that heaping abuse and contempt on people all around this country who've had no gains and they're worried about their jobs and they're one paycheck away from even being homeless and they don't want to be on welfare even though that they are, that they're actually going to kick down to. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I don't want it. But we have to find solutions to it. Constance, now you... Yeah. We got to wait for the mic so they can hear your questions too.
Forgive the follow-up. I'll make it really brief. What are you doing as president of AEI to reach out beyond your own bubble?
Yeah, thank you.
How do you reach out to the people who completely disagree with you? And how do you, just in practice?
So, okay. People who disagree with me, point number one, our biggest initiative that we've ever had is our program on human dignity, which is kicking off right now, which is talking about re-engineering the American education system back toward vocational and technical education, back toward apprenticeships, spending public money, by the way. This is not all just private sector activity. Talking about the opioids crisis, talking about the criminal justice crisis, talking about the people who really have been left behind. This is the area in which we are investing. We're putting $30 million in the next 3 years, putting our money where our mouth is, which is no joke. This is not just trying to protect, the tax status of billionaires. This is about reaching out to the people at the absolute periphery of society as our moral compact. That, my friends, is the reason that we believe in the free enterprise system, is to help people to whom opportunity has been denied, in my view. That's why it matters. How am I doing it personally to get out of the bubble? It's funny, when I first started writing for the New York Times, I have a good friendship with Arthur Sulzberger, who is the former publisher of the New York Times, and he signed me up to do it. And he said, "You want some advice?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Never read your comments. Never read the comment section because those people are all crazy," right? Now, he didn't mean that exactly because those, of course, are our readers and we love them, right? But that's how you get out of your bubble, is going where you're not welcome and saying things that people actually don't expect. Going someplace where people are really kind of unilaterally progressive and saying, "I share your values. Let's think about a different way to instantiate those values." That's how I'm trying to do it in places that are not traditionally conservative around the United States, and to audiences that are not part of the think tank audience. And we do it as best we can, and then we try to do the work that really will spend the money, do the research to touch the people that actually need us. Will we be successful? I don't know. It's always a crapshoot in academia, isn't it? You always do the best you can. You're a think tank person too. We're all think tank people. But you know what? We got to take a shot, because this is the reason we exist. We don't exist because when times are good, people want to study those good times. We exist because when times are hard, we have to show the way. That's why this organization was created, and so was Brookings, and so was AEI. So let's step up. Let's do the best we can. And who knows? Maybe we'll have a couple of hits.
So we're going to go to EJ Deanna in 1 second, but can I just hear from the back? Because we've got a next generation table. They've come all the way from Addison to come and hear you today, so that's getting outside the bubble. We'd love to hear from them, please. Thank you to the teacher for taking them.
We're not just in the loop of downtown Chicago. We're actually all the way to Addison here.
I do happen to be sitting at the table of high school students, so hooray for them being here. I'm curious, this is basically to these guys, how are you teaching your teenagers?
Say again?
So how are you teaching your teenagers? So, one of the learnings out of this election, in my opinion, I work with actually not these young people, but other young people, is that we're seeing greater engagement by young people in our political system, which I think has not been happening in this country for a while.
Yeah.
And yet, I think the images that they are seeing might result in them also doing that work in a very polarizing way.
Yeah.
How are you influencing your teenagers and these teenagers to be thinking about that work in a different way?
So my teenage kids, personally, they're deplorable. No, I'm kidding. So it's funny. My wife is Spanish, and the one thing that she says that the difference between Americans and Europeans is that Europeans can openly talk badly about their own kids and nobody thinks it's weird. But you come to the United States and everybody's, "Oh, my kid's brilliant. My kid's wonderful." Right? And she says, "No, they're not. No, they're not. They're kids. They're all terrible." Anyway, the point is that the most important thing that we can do as leaders is to be seen acting according to our own values. The worst thing that leaders do is say one thing and do something else. Is to act in a way that's orthogonal to our moral values. People are prone to mimicry. And who do they mimic? They always mimic leaders. So that's what we do. I mean, the most important thing, and the research is very clear on parenting, by the way. Number one is the thing that you can do is act a particular way in conformity with your own values. I mean, this is Carl Jung 101. You will actually be in alignment personally, which is what people actually find most attractive. And that's actually how I try to raise my own kids. But that's how I tried to talk to my own students. That's how when I'm speaking all over the place, I try to act in such a way that is in conformity with the values that I'm actually espousing in my writing. And if I can do that, then I actually have the best opportunity to do that. Then also when I'm talking on college campuses, which I do a lot, I give a lot of suggestions. I give a lot of advice on how to do that. How do you actually practice warm-heartedness? How do you practice gratitude? How can you reach out to other people in a spirit that's contrary to what the culture tells you you should be doing and treating other people contemptuously? And being a lot more practical about those things. But those are the two. Number one is acting according to your own values, and number two is actually making practical suggestions. And at the end, there's not much else that we can do to change our culture.
30 seconds from EJDN because we have to go off
Okay, I'll do
stage.
20 seconds in response.
Well, I was going to, does it work? I was going to spend a long time expressing my gratitude for your talk in a warm-hearted way. And I do want to say that you have to have a conversation with God because clearly your true vocation is to be a bishop or a priest. So what are you doing at a think tank? I won't say the rest, but I agree very much on your empathy point. And I think the argument that we are having, and the argument you and I might have, is over what it would take to help lift up and help people lift themselves up, out of the difficult situations they're in. And so, in the spirit of your friend in Texas, your new best friend in Texas, I just want to take.
I didn't have dinner with him, by the way, because that would have been really weird. But still.
Well, I hope you'll have dinner with me after I ask you this question. You talked about the failure of the war on poverty, and if you look at the data, between 1959 and 1974, the poverty rate fell from 23% to 11%. That's pretty successful for a social policy. Then it leveled off, and we never really went up a little bit, and we've never had that kind of drop that we had in that period. My question to you, and because this gets at where you and I might have warm-hearted disagreements, is that also if you took the safety net out, this was in 2014, the poverty rate would go from 15% to 30%. So I think the disagreement we might have, my view is that the safety net hasn't done more and these various programs haven't done more in significant part because they've been pushing against an inequality that the market has produced. We would agree, I think, inequality has grown from the mid-70s to now to the point where it resembles 1929. And so the problem is not necessarily in these programs. In fact, the list is fairly successful on the whole. It's that we've got to deal with a market that's very different than it used to be. And so in the spirit of dialogue, please tell me in a really lovely way how I'm wrong about this.
You're mostly right, EJ. You're mostly right. But here's the little point I want to put on this. Okay, EJ noticed that from 1959, in 1959, the poverty rate was either 23 or 24%, depending on how you count it. Okay, that was before the war on poverty. From 1959 until 1966, when the programs were up and running for the first time, the poverty rate went from 23% down to about 15%. That was before the programs were up and running. Why? Because of economic growth. That's why. I mean, because consumer durables were coming into homes and more, and there was an enormous industrial expansion in the United States, and people were getting jobs, and people were getting jobs meant that state and local government was expanding and hiring lots of people, including African Americans who for the very first time were entering the middle class. It was an incredible explosion. Had nothing to do with the war on poverty. Okay, 24% to 15% had nothing to do with the war on poverty, and then it sat there. It went down a little bit until the mid-1970s, then it came up a little bit, and it came up a little bit more when we had the Great Recession. Okay, now, here's where I don't have an argument with you, whether or not the safety net is a good thing, because I agree. The safety net is not a good thing. It's a great thing. From my point of view, the safety net is the single most important achievement of the free enterprise system. For the very first time in human history, we've been able to help our brothers and sisters whom we don't even know with the government because of the largesse that comes from capitalism. 3 cheers for that capitalism, because there'd be no safety net if it weren't for capitalism in the first place. Here's the problem. Not economic inequality, but opportunity inequality, which is a different form. And it's a wrong emphasis to be talking just about income inequality. You're talking about opportunity inequality because that's what people care about. And when we create a safety net that, particularly in the bottom 20% of the income distribution, catches people such that they're not bouncing back into the workforce, such that it's harder to get the first rung of the ladder, we may help them from the worst degradations of the most grinding poverty, but we won't help them to enter into the American economy and start to earn their success at the first point. So, here's what I'm suggesting. Don't get rid of the safety net. Improve it such that it never destroys work requirements, so that it never destroys incentives for people to earn their success, such that people never learn their helplessness. Don't get rid of it. That's destructive. It's madness, as a matter of fact. But we all have to agree together that it can be improved, because the unintended secondary consequences for the bottom fifth of our brothers and sisters are being harmed, maybe even as much as they're being helped, and that's avoidable and it's unnecessary, and we should fix it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Arthur Brooks for his wonderful
Thank
speech
you.
today. Thanks to you all for coming. We're adjourned.